I am sure sports. You know me there. I'm coach to coach representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get the sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know the game play, that me not say it. If me never seen a game, me not know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the day done, you are gonna love over here so.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crap of players. We are good enough. Remember to like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment, let me know what your thoughts are.
Trick-Nick Jerk Marinade gives your meats and vegetables authentic Jamaican jerk flavor. The spices are directly from Jamaica. Spices like jerk seasoning, allspice, scotch bonnet pepper, fresh scallions, thyme, ginger, and garlic. The key ingredients to a great jerk marinade. 0% sugar and low in sodium. You want to try it?
Made up of 18 Jamaican herbs and spices. Add delicious, bold flavor to your next grilling experience. Flavoring sauce, a marinade, basting, condiment, or topping. Trick-Nick Jerk Barbecue Sauce.
All right. Good morning. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. Let's see who is in the house first. Jason says, much blessings to man in the man. Big up yourself. Welcome to the show. Big up to everyone watching at this time. Fresh God in the building. Pesa in the place. Tyrone up and running. Where is Sure Improvement? She running late. I don't know. Sure Improvement, you know. We have a date and you are running late. Rob Simmons. Yes, sir, Rob. You get bad notification. I don't know. Nemo Dre burning. 3 embers of fire. You understand me? The Mario McCallum up. Man of God says up 3 times. Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Listen, people, we give thanks in everything because this is the will of the Most High God concerning us. We look to the hills from whence cometh our help. Our help comes from the Most High God who made heavens and the earth. He will not suffer our foot to be moved. And he that keeps us, he never slumber. And he never, ever sleep. We already know this, that no weapon that is formed against us shall prosper. And every tongue that is risen against us shall be proven wrong. Right? Every tongue risen against us in condemnation shall be proven wrong. For this is our heritage as children of the Most High God. You understand me? We are like the Savior, the Messiah, Yeshua, Jesus, You understand me? The one who came, and when he went before the governors and the king, you understand me? And they asked him many questions. The scripture said, and he gave no answer, except when they question his authority. And when they question his authority, here's what happened. I'm giving you this. He said, if I wanted to, I could call legions of angels to defend me. He humbled himself unto death. You understand me? So we not afraid or not ashamed. But big up to everyone. People, when you come on, listen, this is going to be a great show we're going to have today. Hit the like button, subscribe, like, and share. And remember, we need some super stickers and some super chats. You understand me? Bless up. We're going to deal with some stuff. We're going to talk about the reggae girls. We're going to ask, what is the problem, and deal with some issues. Gary Anderson, Mount Pleasant. Indeed. You understand me? We're going to talk about the JPL and give you some Gold Cup news. All right. In this, we're going to deal with some issues from last night just to bring some clarity and to help you. And we're going to deal with this once and for all. All right. We soon get to that. You understand me? We're going, where is Cataract? We're going to have Cataract on at some time. But let me read some things so you understand, because we like I said, we operate. You know, Ziegler says this. He says, don't be distracted by criticism. Remember, the only taste of success some people have is when they take a bite out of you. He says, when criticized, consider the source. When criticized, consider the source. The final proof of greatness lies in being able to endure criticism without resentment. And when we speak evil of others, we condemn ourselves. You see, the critic has to educate the public. The artist has to educate the critic. People, remember this. You see, he who throws dirt always loses ground. When you remember these things, you know. He who throws dirt always loses ground. So giving us some thoughts to ponder. You can't let praise or criticism get to you. It's a weakness to get caught up in either one. Because most people have been brainwashed into believing that their job is to copy edit the world, not to design it. Aristotle says this: criticism is something we can avoid easily by saying nothing, doing nothing, and being nothing. And Plato, some people say Plato, says this: when men speak evil of you, live so as nobody may believe them. All right? So let's start. The first, people are saying, I mean, thanks to all the person who called and support and all of that, right? But first, what I want to know is, what is the problem? What is the issue? Like, first thing, before you answer to something, you have to know what is the issue that needs to be dealt with. Is the issue because I'm a vlogger, or I vlog as part of my life because there are other aspects of it? Is the issue because people have heard that an offer was made for me to help Jamaica's football, which I was doing without opposition and will do without opposition? So, what is the issue? Is the issue that because as a citizen of Jamaica and a friend of the coach before he came to Jamaica, that if I want to, according to the allegations, help him in whatever way I can? Is that the issue? Is the issue that I should not be involved in Jamaica's football? Or if I'm going to, what is the issue? The first thing we need to identify is what the issue is, and then we can speak. Now, I have a group, very, persons who have met since I've started this. Some of them, most of them have met, right? So I have one of them sent me a voice note and he says, listen, don't go into the gutter with them. And he uses the analogy of pigs. And he's saying that, you know, something to the effect of you can't go and fight with pigs and don't get dirt on you. Something to that effect, right? So there is no, what is the issue? Is the issue about the football or about persons? Is the issue about qualifications? If the issue is about is management qualified to do the job, first you need to find out what I've been offered to do. And then you think if I can do it or not, or what are the requirements of doing it. How can you say a person is not qualified when you don't know what they have been asked to do? So what is the issue? Is the issue educational acumen and qualifications? Is the issue managing people? Is the issue financial resources? Because we can't say, according to people, the court live in management house, management paying his bills, all of these things. A person who came to Jamaica as a millionaire now has his own practice. This is the assumption. So if management, according to some of the allegations, were doing that, what would be the issue? Wouldn't it be suggesting that I don't need money? So what is the issue? So the first thing we need to deal with is what is the issue, and then we address the issue. All right? Now, when all of this started, so let's go back to the beginning of all of this. One of the first appearances made by the president of the Jamaica Football Federation was on management platform. After that, others had him on their platform. There was a suggestion that because there was a major outcry from this space, that there should be a collective effort of the people in this space to have a meeting with the president and with members of the GFF. This is where it all started. All right? Persons suggested at that time that persons like Neo and Cranky and Devon Porter, myself, Coach Minzy, Simon Preston, I can't remember all the names, should be a part of the group of people who sit down and talk and meet with the JFF to get involved with the football. This did not start with management. It started with the family of people on JD's platform, Ryan LFC platform, Sports Down the Middle, I Am Sure Sports, Formula Sports, Military Guna, Coach's Desk, Reggae Boys Commentary, and all the others. That is how it started. It kept on and it kept on evolving. The meetings weren't held. Then we had a next big thing that came up with the under 20 last year, I believe. And the space came together and helped. None of us had a position, but nobody had an issue with us supporting and helping the football. All right? We had a camp. Nobody had an issue because we're helping the football. We just raised some funds to help coaches through. Nobody have an issue. So then what is the issue? So what is the issue? Is the issue like management helps the national coach who is not a Jamaican who is here? Or is it that you believe you should help him because you can? What is the issue that we're having? What is the issue? Now, the first time we had the camps, the first time that I was instrumental in one of the camps was earlier this year. and similar issues came up. Just that at that time, it wasn't about the coach. It was about other parties involved in it. All right? The camp went successfully. Now we have a next camp. Right in that, the same individual comes up again with these issues and allegations and innuendos and casting aspersions. So, what is the issue? People, let me tell you again, and I've spoken to sports down the middle, unseen in all of this, coaches desk. Neo has documented proof, right? As I sit right here today, I, management, have no contract with the Jamaica Football Federation. None. And if you ask Simon Preston, he will tell you the same thing. Is there a possibility that we will be involved? Certainly. And let me tell you this unequivocally. If I'm given the opportunity to help our football, I am going to do it. If there is an elephant at the JFF and I can help to make Jamaica football better, I will. If there is a giraffe up there, I will. If there's a female up there, I will. I'm not helping a person. I'm here to help the football. I was doing this way before. And when this administration gone and there's a next administration, I will be doing the same thing. It's a part of who I am as a person. And I'm very sure that there are other well-thinking Jamaicans who will do the same. So what is the issue? If tomorrow they call me and say, listen, I need your help to do this, I am going to do it once I have the capacity, the capability, and all the necessary resources to do it. If the Prime Minister of Jamaica call me right now, though I don't vote, I will support to make Jamaica better. Because I don't do it for money. Listen, I have a source. Channels change, but I'm confident in my source. My source is Jehovah Jireh. And everything I've had in my life and accomplished is because of the good hand of the Lord. No man, nowhere can ever say, I made management what he is. None. The people who know me know that in university, I had to sell newspaper on the street, sell bag juice, I had to hustle football, play corner league to get where I'm at. And by the goodness of God, the favor of the Most High God, we get taken out a place that none of us were supposed to make it. And the goodness of God has brought us here. No man can take credit. Are we perfect? No. But here's what. When we have done wrong, me management. So people talk about the altercation with referee when I was a youth. I went on radio. I called the radio station, called Arville Higgins and asked him. The first time they heard me on KLAS, I called him. Peter Prendergast they had on before me. It was a day program. I use that as a testimony of how the gracious God elevates me and use my setbacks as setup to get me up and make me better. So again, I ask, what is the issue that is there? Because we can't say we respect people, in one breath and say something else in the other. But I will not give people anything to build on. I'm dealing with this. So, what is the issue? Why should someone determine who I help? What yes or no question? All right, listen, but man, let me just take this one. But management, my question is, why couldn't you just answer the yes or no? What yes or no question? Let me say it again. If the discussion that people want to have, we have a coach from Iceland who coached the Icelandic national team, a dentist by profession. Let me answer those questions. Why should we as a people engage in conversation publicly about where he lives, how he lives, how is how what does that have to do with the football? Number one. Number two, am I traveling with the team on Sunday? I'll say to you again, Coach Hal Grimson want me to help. And if on Sunday morning the GFF says, listen, we have a ticket for you. We have made arrangements for you. Can you come and help us? I will go to help the coach to produce the best results at the Gold Cup. But right now, I put it to you that nobody in Jamaica can put out anything to say that Manning's man is going and there is any arrangement in place for him to go. Right now, as of this moment, 11:38 on the 6th of the 6th, 2023. And you can call Simon Preston and ask him, because check the timeline and the stamps of the things. Remember, when a show was done, let me say it again, and then at the 30 minutes we're going to move on. When the show was done, the question was asked. The question was asked, why not call and ask? Then Mr. Chung had to go on the coach's desk to clarify, and he made it clear. Right? He made it clear that we didn't have any position. On the Monday, we had a show where an apology was given and a charge was made, or a challenge was made that on the show later, the person who brought up those allegations would be asked to apologize. The person said they weren't apologizing. It's neither here nor there for me, Because listen, let me tell you again. If tomorrow, if today, if on Sunday, I am told and I'm asked to, I'm going to help. But there is nothing in place. Nothing. So I like, and I'm still trying to find out, like, if I say yes, I'm going, or no, I'm going, what does that have to do with the football? What is the discussion about? Like, what is the issue? This is what I'm saying. Like, I need somebody to really tell me what the issue is. What is the issue? Or there's no issue with Simon Preston working for the football? Or it's just Manning's man? Is it Manning's man should not, but Simon should? So if it was cataract, would it have been all right? If it was fresh God, but it's because it's Manning's man, what is the issue? Or nobody who is on YouTube should do nothing to help Jamaica's football? I'm trying to find out what is the issue. So we're going to leave it there, because here's one thing I learned in leadership. In life, you walk around with two things: a bottle of water and a bottle of gasoline. And every time you see a fire, you have two choices. One, to pour water on it, or to pour gasoline on it. So for the person says, what are my qualifications? Which one of them you want? You want experience? First, here's what you need to do. What is the requirement? Because before you, listen, before you can, let me say this again. Before you can say a person is qualified or not qualified, you have to know what the person is being asked to do. So first thing, there is a general manager for the Jamaica football who operates as the team manager. That is how they have been operating since Juicy Bell left. His name is Mr. Roy Simpson. And he's still a part of the JFF, operating in his capacity, bro. People, come on. The wise ones know. So I don't understand, like, what is the issue? All right. I like what Jason is saying. Let me take this one. Jason Guna, bless up. He says, so, all right. Read the comments. Yeah, man. I saw many comments, man. And thanks for all the support, people. So what is like, all right. So is it that if I never spoke to the coach, it would have been better for me to help the national team? All right. So the reason why the coach would ask me to help is because he has seen me to be trustworthy. The coach came to Jamaica, and as a Jamaican who knew him before he came, who was very instrumental in him applying for the job, I said, listen, there's an opening, and he did. Again, the people who know is very easy. It's very easy if they want. But you can ask anyone in the GFF. They will tell you it is there, it is public record how the coach live. If it is that important, people can find out. You know what is funny? They can ask Simon Preston. He can tell them. He can give all the information if they want it. But I put it to you that all that they're saying about where the coach live and how him live and all of those things, they are not the truth. And they say they have proof. So please just prove it. Just prove it. And here's the thing, people. If there is a job there, because I don't know that there's a job, listen, I am not unemployed. I have a full-time job. I do YouTube part-time. I operate, my wife and I, we operate more than one business. We don't have time to work full-time for Jamaica football. I don't. People, I do not want no full-time job with the Jamaica Football Federation. None. I will help out when I can if I'm asked to. Come on now. I'm not unemployed. Half of the time we're not here, we're traveling, doing workshops and training with corporate entities and groups, major groups, bringing people. I don't have time for that. So if there is a job there, go and go apply. Tell them that you want the job because I don't know that there's any job. There is a Gold Cup coming up and I've been asked to help. So here's the thing. Go and take the job. Just ask for the job. Just go and apply for the job. Apply for the position that is vacant. Because there is no position that management is trying to grab or to take or to get. I don't have time for that. So please. Yes, Rich. Yeah. That's a night job. You understand me? Keep the place cool. So keep the place cool. You understand me? So I don't need, right? So listen, at the end of the day, let me say it, and this is coming up. We have 25 seconds and then we move on. At the end of the day, listen, you are going to believe what you believe. And that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But whenever you speak, all I'm saying is that substantiate it with facts. Substantiate it with facts. Boy, Jason Boone, I don't know much time. Let me say it to you again. The present construct of the JFF has a general manager. So let me go again one last time. The JFF has a general manager, and the general manager is also the team manager for the Reggae Boys. Right? The team manager for the Reggae Boys. So he's the general manager and the team manager. The coach of the team, there's a team manager. They have the Gold Cup coming up. They have the Women's World Cup coming up. They have the CAC games coming up. All right? So they need help for the tournament, right? They need help for all the tournaments because the general manager cannot go to all of the tournaments. The press officer cannot go to all of the tournaments. So they asked Simon Preston. So are we saying that that's what I'm saying, that it obviously some of you have a issue with management because Simon is my friend and I don't hear you telling him to sit out the job, to not take the job. Simon knows the coach. I don't hear you telling that it's because him know the coach. So they have asked for help. I said that I will help. The coach said he wants me to help. They said, do you help? I said, of course. What do I need to do? Because I've always been helping. Outside of the GFF right now, I'm helping to get players to come and play for Jamaica. So for me, it wasn't a position. It was a continuation of what I am doing. But Jason Guna, I have worked in management for years, and I've taught courses. I still teach management courses. I still lecture, so I teach management courses. So what is the difference? What is the difference? I've managed 3,000 people. So what is the difference? What is the difference? I've managed football teams and organizations. So what then is the difference? I've worked with local teams and teams in the States. So what is the difference? I have experience in managing football or general management, in managing from 10 to 3,000 people, anywhere in between that, on major projects for short term, long term, medium term, from schools to health projects, to building projects, to football programs. So what is the difference? I work with financial institutions to provide training for the staff monthly. So what is the difference? So I like, yeah. Big up. Hey, cataract, cataract. Anyways, people, we're gone past that now, so we're moving on. You understand me? So, hey, but listen, I must say this though. A lot of persons have come out in support. And listen, we don't have to defend things. I always tell you this. The truth will always win out. You understand me? But to bring some clarity. Yeah, man. So, respect Jason. I know that, man. You understand me? Listen, if you know that even Jason and I don't always get along, but we get along. You understand me? Because sometimes we need to take time to understand. Seek to understand before being understood. You understand me? But Cataract, me have a bone to pick with you. Yesterday, Cataract, you were supposed to be, um, and people, first thing, all I'm saying is that, is there a position? And before you ask, can he do the job? Find out what the job requires. And if there's a job, that's all I'm saying. You understand me? Because, to be honest with you, I don't have time. Let me tell you again, I do not have time to take any full time position right now, except I leave what I am doing full time. You understand me? The people at manage, the people at listen, call the people in football, call Danny Beckford, call the people in football, and they will tell you. But I don't have the time. I really don't have the time. I know sometimes, you know what? Hey, you know what happened? I'm gonna stop doing so much things. I threw it, I threw it up on YouTube so long. Big up yourself, Neil. But there are certain, you know how it is, Neil. We're not going to. But I need to beat Cataract, Jump and sound. Jump and sound Cataract. When a big sound from Manchester, when name Black Cat, a Black Cat. Which sound come from Manchester? Was on the program yesterday. You hide, and as soon as the man jump off, the program. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said. We was Cataract yesterday. Cataract, you need to come and let me say them. Cause you need to come and talk for yourself, brother. Because I need to give the people some update on the Gold Cup and the Reggae Boys. And I see some good questions here from Coach Andrew Edwards. But listen, I will not be speaking on this matter. But here's what people, let me say this to you. If between now and the weekend I get a contract with a long term, short term, a one off, you will be the first to know. As much as I can share, I'll share with the viewers of my program. If I am going to travel with the team and that gets confirmed before the weekend, listen, you think I won't come out here and tell you? I will. But I keep on saying this. What does that have to do with the price of rice? Black Cat, yeah, Black Cat. Cataract. Cataract. We need to Cataract gone as soon as the man here carry James the man disappear again. Disappear again. Cataract, you get the link. So jump on and come tell us. Why oh Oligar, welcome. Good
Mornings, man. What everything. Morning, sir. Morning, sir.
man, I see you lift up yesterday star. The people them never happy, what they out here for. And Mr. James wanted to meet you,
Where you talk about?
Eh?
I'm lost.
The clip minister was here yesterday, And he says, where is my friend Cataract?
Oh,
Are you
no, man. No, but they didn't see me in that one long motorcade with beer orange a fat out of the window, but like, it a show up, boy. But they put an orange motorcade, brother. Go on TikTok.
you have some political beating.
I ride out the place, man. Big up every comrades, big up every opposition. Everybody, big up on themselves. All Jamaicans, yard and abroad. So what's the pre-manage? I just make a thing to say to you, is that you cannot please all the people all the time. You understand? And there will always be a detractor at the center. You get me? If you're proceeding with clean hands and clean heart, just go up on the work, brother.
Yeah.
Just go up on the work. Cause you and I know it enough. And
But Cataract, you know what is funny, Cataract? Let me say this. It is very strange. Like Mr. Porter, for example, Ian, even Jason, Neo, you, coach, so many people, have done work that benefits the football and the JFF. Now, for example, Cataract, they say to you, Cataract, listen, you're very good at data. We like what you do. You get all the information. All right? Can you come in and help us for next week for doing that? Why wouldn't you do that? That's something that I can't understand, because you're not doing it because you want to help a personality at the JFF. You're doing it because you want to make the football better. This
but
this is this is what
listen,
is
it does not suit some people, if Jamaica win the Gold Cup, It doesn't suit some people's narrative.
Okay.
Because and I take a different view to this thing, right? This is the most difficult Gold Cup that it is to support the reggae boys. I'm gonna hype on a guy and say none. But if a man can put up a match day ticket, you know I hear from you because it's either you support the team, you're supporting the efforts of the team to win, but it can't be that we are trying to move forward. And yes, everybody would have reservations because we have not seen you in the position, but you have to allow a person. Suppose you go in there, so now and the whole of the player then put out something and say, boy, these are the best managed um, tournament we went to. What people gonna say? So I am willing to that I am like I'm not God or anything like that. Me just willing to work with it and see what you bring to the table. And we have discussion off the air every almost every day, every other day. I try to do better for Jamaican football because I think people don't understand that supporting this football for some of us is a 24-hour endeavor. Sometimes me a time as you come off of the pulpit, me call you. I say, yo, where you run God, man? It's so people just make us support them, make us support the whole endeavor that is trying to go ahead. No, fan am I not? Fan am I not? It is not about if every fan have the ability to travel to go to a game, but you are fan of the team and some man just sit down. All right, me different, right? But different. You cannot pull down the team. So what support are you giving the team? So what if a brain drain? What if a big man? We can't have the bagger. We can't have the bagger. I may say to you, say, some man they right next door to Chicago. And me I go see if me see them in a soldier field. He- So Stefan Wright, I said that there must be a transparent process of hiring according to best practice of HR. But my understanding is that Manning's man is not hired. It is an assistance that is being asked for in an emergency situation where we have several tournaments happening at the same time and the current um, structure is training and bursting at the seams. So I do agree that there must be transparency in hiring, that we should be able to see a job description, that a position should be advertised in Jamaica and around the world, that the best person who is able to can offer themselves. But at this point, it is due to my understanding is that it's due to there being a Gold Cup, a CAC Games, and a Women's World Cup all happening in and around the same period of time. So if you see it as different, then I see it as different, right? Because if we go to a tournament in Austria and the setup is not to the liking of players, including new players that we have coming in. We want the best logistics. We want the best arrangements. We don't want to hear about no visa issues. We don't want to hear about no travel issues. And if in this immediate short term, one of us can step forward and do that, I don't see anything wrong with it. So you're saying you'll be hired as an independent contractor? My understanding that the squad would leave. My understanding is that the squad, the travel would take place at some point next week. Remembering that the vast majority of the squad is traveling from the United Kingdom. I think the MLS has its season going on. But I think there is no. I'm not hired. There's no. Listen, I'm an ultra, and I don't want to be hired by the JFF because I want to be able to behave the way I do and enjoy the football in the way that I do. But there are others who have something to offer, right? So may I take time try read through the comments while Manning's man is of the show, right? But if somebody, so hold on, let me ask the man then. Big man thing. If the JFF said to me that, look here, the music on match day boring, which it is, cataract, you can come play the song for play the music for a match day. You're telling me that because I'm on YouTube, I can say to them, say, all right, my price is 1,000 US, which if I that you want me to come play, that's my price there. Are you telling me if the JFF engages me? Because there's a difference between an engagement and a hiring. As I understand it in human resource management. There's a difference between a hiring to a full-time job, a salaried position, and an engagement. You're telling me that I could not go on a match day and play the song and make the fans them in the stadium erupt and dip on them feet and the vibes good and the team and the feel the vibes. That's not. I can't buy that. I can't buy that.
All right, Ketarak. Yeah. I have the green screen up. Just had a power cut. My apologies, people.
Yeah, man, may I hold on the fort. What I say to them, man, is if the JFF should say, look here, the music in the stadium boring, and you and I know so the music in the stadium boring,
Hmm.
and the JFF said cataract, I want to engage you for match day to come play the sound and bring our vibes and make the player them feel a joy, make the fans them skank off them feet and the stadium loud. You're telling me that the JFF can engage me as a selector for a day and pay me a engagement fee. So I'm saying to them there's a difference between an engagement and a hiring. Someone said I'm a hypocrite. I believe that jobs should be advertised and there should be job descriptions that are open with the qualifications, etc. But in my understanding, you can correct me if I'm wrong, this is not a job that is hiring. This is an emergency situation based on the fact that we have 3 tournaments in very close proximity, including 2 tournaments that are running concurrently. So correct me if I'm
Yeah,
wrong on that, man.
yeah. Well, yeah, just at first. But Cataract, I said this matter is done, because for me, I am saying, like, uh, like, what is the what is the issue? Um, I'd like to me, either way, no, in other words, until people know, like, okay, this is what is required, and this is what we're asking. And you see, when something has been presented and management has, say, a contract, or there is an arrangement, once that is done, then people, I think, have a right to ask, okay, what is he doing? How did he get this? Why did he get it? All right? Now, for someone to know, equate assisting a coach, this is not the first time that I've done this. When Rene Simoes was here and when he was on my program, he spoke about it. He and his family were at Church on the Rock in Kingston. That's where they attended on Sundays when they were around. And I would help him and his family as a youngster. What is wrong with that? Isn't that what we're supposed to do as people?
No, but Barry, there's another question coming up, and I'm saying when a coach goes to a club, for example, he brings his backroom staff, the people who he's comfortable working with, because he has an objective. And if the coach has an objective, I don't believe you can foist on the coach and say to him, say, if he says, listen, I need this assistance, and I'm just asking, what is the difference between when Tapa said he needed 2 kitman, he needed 2 masseuse, and the JFF did an engagement? Not that those persons were hired full time. So I don't see
Yeah,
the issue. I mean, I love to talk some football.
yeah. Because listen, I think there are greater issues that are at play that needs to be discussed. And again, I'll say this for all the people who are asking questions and saying, I need to answer questions. Remember, the people have said they have proof of certain things. All right? They have proof, and this is what they say now. They say they have proof of me having a contract. They have proof of the coach living in my house. Just to let you know, the coach is back in Iceland, people, and he'll be leaving from Iceland to the Austrian trip. So he's back in Iceland. All right. And on the next, right. On the next football. Anyways, we'll go get to that one. Cause the one the night. Yeah. All right. So it's there. So they said they have proof, and what I am saying that they should expose me. So all I'm saying is that they should expose me and do what? Present the arrangement that shows that because they say they have proof, because all they have to do, if a man say cataract, say your son, say BS Odyssey, super tremor right off your son. And you say, and you cataract said, I lie that management. And the man say, what you talk about a lie? Me have proof for that. Me have proof for that. All the person, and you say, nothing no goes to a lie you tell. All the person has to do, is to say, all right, here is the proof. And the argument done. So what I am saying is that they say that they have proof that I have a 3-month contract. They say they have proof that the coach lives in my house and paying me rent. They say they have proof that I am paying the coach light bill and paying whatever. That's what they say. They say they have proof of that. So all I'm saying is just come to the people and say, all right, people, We have gathered the information. Management has been denying that the coach has a rental agreement for his house. Here is the proof. Management is denying that here is the JPS bill, here is the light bill. See, it is management name. All right. That's all. And the argument will be done. That's all I'm saying, And I'm saying that
But,
I am, I
I
am
don't
giving
think
them,
they would.
eh?
I don't think they would get that, right? But
No,
look
all
here.
right. If say they can't get it, here's what I'm saying. They can get, I'm telling you that they can get it. And I'm telling them where they can go and ask questions to find out if they're so interested in finding out how his bills are paid. I am telling responsible journalists how they can go and do it. And here's what. If they don't want to publicize it, they can say to X persons, call me and I will show you the proof. That's all I'm saying. So at least you can say, I have 4 persons, because there are persons in this chat now who have proof that it is not true. Yeah, that's all. But let me just get to some other things, because this is important, and I don't want to belabor this. It should have been 30 minutes. So a couple of things. The Jamaica Reggae Girls had 2 games arranged, or there were plans to play Puerto Rico. They are supposed to start camp. This is the senior female team on the 11th. The camp starts on the 11th, which is the day that the JPL final is being played. Right? So, they were supposed to play Puerto Rico. All right, Ketarak? My understanding is that they whatever arrangements were not made. So they were now trying to get Colombia, and this is what I've been told, that the coach says they will have the camp instead and not play the game. We would like to know if this is the ideal preparation for the girls. That's what I've been told, that they were supposed to play Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico did not respond to the request for the game to be played. So alternatives were being sought, which is one, to play Colombia. But the coach has decided, remember the girls are preparing for the World Cup now, So they have decided that instead of playing Colombia, let's just have the camp. What I want to find out is this ideal preparation send-off? Because this was supposed to be a send-off for our most successful football team, our female team that has qualified for consecutive World Cup. How are we going to send them off and have the fans a part of it if there are no games? How are the fans going to clap the girl? Where is that opportunity going to be presented to the fans of Jamaica's football, right? If there is no game. So I'd love for this to be somebody to dive into this, to hear from the head coach as to why we're not seeking to play a game. Because I am sure, I know of a few families who, having heard about the Puerto Rico arrangement, they made plans to come to Jamaica for the game. So they are actually going to be coming because they thought that there were going to be games. What is going on? And I'm telling you, so that's what I'm hearing. Exactly, Bird. Because in other words, how these invitations work, because I figured I trying to learn these things, is that when they send the invitation, the team has a time that they need to respond between. So when because I did a video, I did a video that we're supposed to play Puerto Rico, because there is a coach that plays for Puerto Rico. She's a female, but she's a coach in Virginia. She spoke about the game. So that's how I knew about the games with Puerto Rico. So the players know. But somehow, I don't know how the information got crossed. But what I know is that Jamaica will not be playing the 2 games against Puerto Rico in Jamaica, and they were trying to play Colombia. All right, I see somebody saying that the camp is the best. Practice game is just 90 minutes. No, but they would still have the camp, you know. It's just that they would play the game because they are going to be in camp. So they would have the camp and play the game. So I don't know why Puerto Rico would not play the game unless they don't have any tournament that they have, and so they don't see a need to it, or maybe what was being offered, because sometimes a team can choose not to play the game, you know. When they look back at the deal, they could say that, because remember, you get a match fee. So what if the match fee, and maybe somebody can engage Mr. Dennis Chung and find out, was the match fee adequate for the Puerto Ricans to come and play? Seeing that they were not going to the World Cup, maybe they looked at it and said, listen, we would not be making any money out of this.
But,
So my point is, why not find a way to play? We need to play a game. I don't know. I don't know if just practicing and going to the World Cup is the best send-off for our girls. Because I was thinking that they were going to do this big thing where they were in one of those open kind of bus and probably drive through the city, drive through Kingston, so the fans can, send them off. And, they probably do something in Montego Bay as well. And, probably 4 towns in Jamaica, so the fans can actually see them or play a game. Because, like I said, this was supposed to be a send-off for our female team. Cataract, let me hear from you, because
Yeah, I don't really know about the women's football thing, but but on a footballing principle overall.
Cataract, not hearing you, Check.
You're not hearing me? You're not hearing me? Check out. You're hearing me?
Yeah, hear that now. Yeah.
Right. I'm saying that on a football principle overall, all the countries that I've seen go to a World Cup, men and women, they have a final 2 warm-up games. If you remember, we played Argentina in New York when Argentina was going on, prior to them going on to win the World Cup. So I don't know of any team that uses a camp as its final preparation for a World Cup. So that would be disappointing. But I am not an aficionado of the women's football, but football in general. And I think if that's the case, the JFF, through its general secretary, should come public and let us know these things. There's a point I want to make, Mannings. I noticed that there hasn't been a press conference in over a month. That things are just being dropped on Instagram and Facebook, like 60-man roster, a CAC game squad, news about the reggae girls. To me, we should be having more frequent press conferences where the JFF engages with the media so that the fans can be well informed.
Okay. That's true. So somebody's suggesting that should the send-off should they have done the send-off overseas? Because do the local fans support the senior reggae girls team enough for the send-off to be in Jamaica? Or maybe they should have done it overseas, like in the States, and find games there. What do you think about that? Are the local fans deserve to have the girls here so they can give them a proper send-off? What are your thoughts on that? Because some person are suggesting that maybe they should have done this in the United States instead of in Jamaica, because a lot of the girls, their families are there, because very few of the local, the domestic girls are on the senior team. Right. But I guess the best one are the captain, Bonnie Shaw, Jody Brown. Their families are here in Jamaica. What do you think about that?
Well, they're not mutually exclusive. We could have arranged a send-off game from Jamaica, which is the country that they are going to represent. And we have a diaspora, as you have said repeatedly, and that diaspora has to be engaged. So it could have been in Miami, New York, anywhere where there's a large Jamaican diaspora. But for me, this is both a technical matter with the technical committee and the plan that it put in place for the Reggae Girls preparation. And it's also a marketing issue because the team is not being marketed. The fact that Jamaica is going to a Women's World Cup, I would challenge you that outside of those of 100 or 200 of us who dep on YouTube every day and follow football like we head no good, I don't think a quarter of the Jamaican population knows that Jamaica going to the Women's World Cup. I haven't seen a marketing program roll out around the girls going off to Australia. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they're planning on getting them. I don't know if that is have them at the JPL. I don't know. Like, this is such a like by this time in the 1998 campaign, there were all kind of things, and this is the second time around. So I think we are missing the mark where the female team is concerned. Like, I think like we're selling ourselves short, and they are not being given due recognition and appreciation, or the fan engagement is not at the level that it ought to be with this female team. Because, like I said, this is the second time they're qualifying, and it's consecutively. We just had a player that just won CONCACAF player, Khadija Shaw. Shouldn't we have like even a game in the stadium with Junior Gang at the end of the game? Shouldn't that have been done? And big promotion, Junior Gang going to be there. You understand me? Ziggy Marley going to perform. The Marleys are going to perform. And who again? Which artists out there now? Valiant. Who again?
No, I don't want the girl them take no Molly. So
what's his name? Dexter Dapp. I don't know. Dexter Dapp.
Well, Dexter Daps. He is the ladies' man. But seriously, man, it doesn't even have to be in the stadium if the stadium is a big cost. If you look at courts,
it's a send-off. I am saying, it's a send-off. Shouldn't the government of Jamaica say, listen, this is our gift to our reggae girls?
No, but it could have been in Halfway Tree Square.
No, but we want them to play a game. And then after the game, we have the party. The after party. It's a send-off. They play the friendly, and then after that, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong still, but go ahead and make your point.
No, I'm saying that they at the worst case scenario, them should have been Halfway Tree or downtown at Parade and presented to the nation. Live stream, live outside broadcast on the radio, RJR, Talking Sports, whatever it is.
Man, so teach him idea and put it in different way. Rob, all right, people, what I just said, according to Rob, it is his idea. It sounded like a man last night, But Rob, all right, a Rob idea, people. Rob said that I robbed his idea. All right, so it is it.
So, go ahead. No, I think if we went into Halfway Tree,
well, how the game would be played though?
No. I'm saying with the game being off.
Oh.
But you see, Manins, I believe that each of these things, there should have been a project plan with activities, who is responsible for what, and by what deadline and timeline. This cancellation of games is becoming a kind of recurrent decimal, but it's not as bad as visa issues. But I remember as far back as last year when the boys were supposed to play a game against Uruguay, I think, and it was cancelled.
Yes.
We had the game against the Basque region cancelled. Those things don't engender confidence of the fan base and the wider public in what is happening. we have the under 15. I don't know. I am wondering if whether these things are projectized and the project is being managed in accordance with project management principles and using project management tools. Because if you were using a project management tool, like for example a Gantt chart to monitor, you would have known when something went wrong, because the money to transfer to Puerto Rico for the match fee, that should have reached them pocket a couple of weeks ago,
Yeah.
so that they could have got it from their correspondent bank, because you have to go through a correspondent bank in the States and it have to go down to Puerto Rico. They could have cleared the check or the transaction and then get their
Maybe it's not too. You know what, Keter? Maybe it's not too late, because with what you're saying. Let me say this. I believe that there is still enough time. There is still enough time to put together something. Like I said, just probably just a game. Play against. They may win, but see if they can get in a reputable opposition. And I think just have something and invite the fans. Keep, like I said, I think keep a little thing inside the stadium. I am sure that there are some artists who may want to do this. If they're in Jamaica, that is, maybe if the Marlies are here, they could do something. And I'm sure the kind of pull that the Marlies have. Like Sidela could make a couple of calls and get a sound string up in there. I'm sure that Ketara could even, if they said it to you, you'd say, boy, yeah, normally that I would take, 100,000 for this, but because it is the girls, I mean, you just, we do it for 50% because we want to do this. But know that when you have
Marlins.
the big payment thing, you link us. I just think like something can still be done.
Marlins, I mean, you want them do a stream pad and a beat.
That's
Remember,
true.
now, if you do anything to assist the JFF or assist the football, and a stream get make about a beat, and a man go dig up our whole clash from the dead in the dance, But look, it's not too late, and we are all available. For me, I tell to anybody, if I believe in something, I just tell somebody that you just cover the cost of me.
Yeah. I think the difference, I think the difference from the people, because some person are saying like England don't have a send-off game. I think our situation is so different because for Jamaica,
No, man,
unlike,
that's not true.
well,
That's
you
not
can,
true. England women's team has been playing friendly matches at least monthly. I follow Sky Sports news, and there's been great debate about who is making the team. They have played friendly matches against opponents in Europe. They have played friendly matches in England itself on their home soil. So no, that is not correct at all.
okay. What I'll say is that, and we have to put things into context because the thing with England is that their players. Oh, they're saying it's not your son, right? The son that kept that Biggs play on, DJ Biggs. The son that DJ Biggs play because it's not actually his son, so he couldn't make that decision. You're right, that's right. He couldn't make that decision. But what I'm saying, though, Keter, because the majority of the English players on their team play in the league in England, so the people would be seeing them also with us. We don't get to interact with the players in our senior team because none of them play locally. None of them play in our domestic league. So if they're going to have the camp in Jamaica, if they're having it in the States or in England, it should be different. But the fact that they're going to come to Jamaica, we should at least do something for them. Because, like I said, this is the second time. England and those nations, this is a regular thing for them. It's not for us. And so we need to make the most of it as a small island.
That's an agreement.
Yeah.
You know.
So Keter, So on the next level now, what about this JPL game and stuff? Did you watch the games? What are your thoughts? Final coming up: Colin Anderson versus Travante Stewart, Rudolph Speed versus Topper Whitmore. Country versus Town. North Coast versus East Side.
Those with a
Youth
fan,
versus youth versus youngsters versus elders. Oh, do you feel?
those clubs with a fan base versus those without fans.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
No, look here. The I wasn't able to go to the semifinals, but I watched it on television. I watched the cast, right? Um, good games. There were goals. I'm not going to nitpick on some of the things about the constant turnover of possession and the inability of our club teams to hold on to the ball for any extended 10 or 15 passes. But there were some well taken goals. The two of the top goal scorers in Travante Stewart and Colin Anderson will be coming head to head. I was disappointed with Arnett, which is the team I support. And it was certainly a heartbreak that after leading for a good portion of the season, we didn't make it to the finals. But on the day, I think the better team won. I don't know if you agree, but the finals, I would look forward to see how is it supported, because the truth of the matter is, I don't know who is a Cavalier fan. Is there any Cavalier fan in the chat?
Yeah. Unseen. Unseen is a Cavalier fan.
Okay.
Everdeen Scarlett is in the chat. He's a Cavaliers fan. Maxwell is a Cavalier fan. That is leader.
But no,
Leader, where are
he
you?
works with Cavalier.
Demo is a Cavalier fan.
Demo is a Cavalier fan.
Yeah, Jason Gooner is a Cavalier fan.
Oh wow, they're coming out of the
Drain,
woodwork.
Drain is a Cavalier fan. Who again? SQSH Cavalier fan? I don't know.
Okay, so they are. It was a mystery to me, but I I look forward to an exciting final. I heard on Madness Monday you had your resident contributor.
Ian Campbell is a Cavalier fan, see? Oh, Ricardo Baggio said that he's a Cavalier fan. So yeah, you have Cavalier fans, man.
They're slowly coming on. I wonder if they had been beaten on Sunday, if they would have been pushing them head out. No, what I said to you.
Oh, Divo said he's an Augustone. So
But August don't have a team.
of course, Augustone have a team.
Didn't it fold? Didn't they come into the league and then?
No, but they still have a team. They're not in the Premier League though.
No, I want to ask this on seriousness. Didn't Huey take a spot from Augustone?
No man, Augustone was playing in no man, the UE and Augustone is two different things, man. We are going to catch
No, man. I'm asking because, or is it that Augustone was using the field at Huey?
You know that people always do that. Remember, say Augustone use the field all the way. The last field when they come through, what they call it, the
bowl.
Last, at the last end of the bowl, that is the field that, and then you will use to use the field up where the Captain Horsborough Center is,
Oh, so it's a ground share like AC Milan and Inter Milan, but it'll be a key.
No, they weren't using the same field, man. Augustone used to train down at the field where the child development place is at the swimming pool, man. The last field where the man them play ball. That's where Augustone used to train. But when they were in the Premier League, I think what Demo is saying, when Augustone was in the Premier League, they used to use the UE field to play their games. Yeah.
So I think it's going to be a cagey affair. I think it's going to be a very cagey affair. With maybe a 2-1.
In favor of?
I would hope Mount Pleasant.
Oh,
Because,
Everdeen Scarlet a Cavaliers one. What if
because should Cavaliers win, Lord knows you would have to supersize your screen when Mr.
no
Speed
man.
comes on.
No man.
On the
Hey,
side of Mr. Speedhead, when
it,
Cavaliers should win, it would fit for one of the little small box we have winner.
oh man. Cavaliers will get beaten man. Cavaliers will get beaten man. That's why Mr. Speed a run from the program, you know. You know. If
Hold on a
no, the
second.
Cavaliers will get beaten, man. Listen, I don't see how the Cavaliers defense is going to stop Trevante Stewart. I know Badger is saying that Trevante not going to play, but listen, I try to find that out. And listen, the management are Mount Pleasant. If Trevante is called to go to the Austria thing, the management of Mount Pleasant will let him play and they will personally fly him all the way to Austria themselves. You understand me? So I don't see how he doesn't play in the final. That's my thought. Would you want him not to play?
No, but it's a serious question. You go back to the club v country question,
Yeah.
and does a player want to put himself in into contention to go to the Gold Cup? And that would be the biggest stage that he or she has ever played on. And that's both men and women football. Or do you represent your club and win the ultimate prize that you've been fighting for all season?
Yeah. So what do you do?
No, but that I think that's down to an individual player. But I don't think that the national team, because this is not a FIFA window, so I don't think the national team can force the club to release the player.
Well, what are you talking about? Mount Pleasant will lose and Marines know this? What am I talking about? I don't know. But I think the player has to play in the game though. I think they have to make some sort of plan because the club don't have to release the player, you know, don't it?
No, it's not a FIFA window.
Really? What is not a FIFA window?
No, it's not a FIFA window.
You're sure? Jason Guna, or who is it a FIFA window? The 11th. Is that time a FIFA window? When is the FIFA window?
Look at when the Champions League is, because as long as the Champions League, the season is still.
Yeah, but isn't the Champions League when is the champion? Some people are saying yes, it is. It is a FIFA window.
Is it a FIFA window or is it the off season for some big leagues?
Is it a FIFA window or is it the off season? Which one? See it? June 11th to July 16. Big deal, and he's saying that is a FIFA window.
Oh, okay.
So, and they are saying that the prelims of the Gold Cup will be played. So it is a FIFA window. People, I am not 100% sure. Big deal and says it, so I'm going to hold that now. Jason Guna, is it a FIFA window? Or Marlon, is it a FIFA window? Oh, see, somebody is saying that it's not a FIFA window. Marlon, is it a FIFA window? Marlon, should Trevante play in the final? Or if called up, travel with the team? I don't know. But what do you think about the crowd support, Catara?
I expect to be a lowly supporting game. I think that the Cavaliers does not have the fan base of Harborview or Arnett Gardens that would normally fill the ground that the final is being played at. And
Yeah,
Mount Pleasant being from across in St. Anne, I know that Mount Pleasant fans have some fans that will travel, but you're not talking about 1,000 fans not leaving their highway to highway, north south highway is not going to be ramp, you know. So I I I, I don't know, but I don't think Cavalier has the fan base.
okay. All right. All right, all right, all right. Let's go to the Gold Cup. We're still not any closer to the team and who makes it overseas. Cataract, you just run it give me 5 minutes, please.
Okay, no problem. So you're on to the Gold Cup. Um, who do we expect to see in the final 23-man squad? Um, we saw that there was a report in, I think, the Gleaner Observer today. Lena Harvey, no, I was on an orange motorcade yesterday. Sorry. Um, that Damari Gray, the team manager, who is Roy Simpson, has assured the president of the JFF that Damari Gray's passport will be in hand. So the question is, what implication does that have on the 23-man squad? So who are the people that we are looking forward to? I think Jamaica has a strong roster, barring a couple of omissions that were questionable. We had spoken to it when we talked about the roster, but look at it in I didn't remember this omission, the omission of Blair Turgott versus the inclusion of Junior Fleming. And it's just recently that I was, going through looking at how seasons went. Can anyone in the chat explain the inclusion of Junior Flemings in the 60-man squad and the non-inclusion of Blair Turgott, who plays in the same position? But Fresh God, we would have to give the squad this, and I think the squad would be known by now because they would have had to sign release. Oh, Turgott is injured. Okay, respect you. Respect you. Wow. Oh, sad. Sad because he's he started walking without a boat. Oh, walking without a boot. Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't know that. So speedy recovery. Um, and I hope your rehabilitation is successful and you come back to your best self and able to represent Jamaica when called upon. And Achilles injury, oh, those are the nasty ones. Achilles injury, oh, it take a while to come back from that, as opposed to like a hamstring. Thanks for the information. So for me, I think we can see a core of a squad that picks itself, and much of that will be evident with the squad that is selected to go to the Austria friendly. Well, I think some of the big questions would be, for me, does Dujon Richards make the squad? As the coach tries to blend in some youth for 2026 with the experience. Which of the teenage players would make the squad? Delano Splat, Dexter Lembekisi, or Dujon Richards? Yeah, Tennessee, Lewis. Big up yourself. Right? Mick Pengdan, I haven't heard anything that Mikhail would turn down the call up. Maybe he wouldn't play 90 minutes in both matches in Austria, but I would think that he would accept a call up to be with the squad in Austria. King Jav, that people, as I running the show, the a neo sovereign. I have a bone to pick with your brother. Neo, Neo, or you get with some seat where they win and corner flag, bro. But I have to switch up the thing if you come sit with the man, them win and corner flag. Like the can't say whole field. But that's an interesting King Job. That's an interesting combination of strikers. You're saying Corey Burke, Shamar Nicholson, and Michael Antonio. That's an interesting three strikers that you pick.
Sonny, I don't think, given that there is when is the conference league final? Isn't it this Wednesday? Tomorrow.
Yeah, man. But I
Yes.
don't think Antonio will play both games in Austria, but I think he will come to the camp to get the tactical sessions and maybe come on for a 10 minutes or in the second game. Something such.
Yeah,
What's your
yeah.
manage?
You know what I'm saying? I was thinking that by now would at least know who is going to Austria. You understand me? That because today is what? Unless like the players who are going already know. It's because think about it. Isn't it? Unless the players know already still. So I don't know. But by now there should be some sort of announcement as to who is going, so you can at least know who is available. Because the game is on the 15th and the 19th, I believe. And today is the 6th, so that's like 9 days. And a couple of days are like days of flying.
And the release would have had to go 2 weeks ahead of the international window. Isn't that the 10 to 14 days ahead?
Yeah.
So the clubs would have been written. But I hope that the
But maybe the
coach.
club, maybe the players, maybe the players know already. So the next step is now. When do we see those who are actually going to go? Because that would be the best indication of the players who are going to, yeah, who are going to make it to the Gold Cup.
So the here's the thing. I want to pick your brain on this one. Kemar Roof. Do you expect him to make the final squad?
I listen. I like listen. You know that I really like Kemaru as a player. I think he's a different kind of striker than the. I think to me, Kemaru is a finesse striker. He's not a powerfully built, player that good technically, got an eye for goal. He reminds me of like I would say like he's a more like a Alan Shearer kind of striker. While I'd say Mikel Antonio is oh geez, what is that Tottenham striker man from back in the day? Same African American guy.
African American.
Yeah, man, he played for Tottenham. Big, bustly striker. He's not Darren Bent. What is his name? But he played for Tottenham. But Antonio is one
You
of
could be
those.
thinking about no Tottenham. I do not. Emil Heskey played for Leicester,
Antonio is more like a Heskey kind of striker. Then let's use Heskey.
you will no man. I think Antonio has more skill and touch than Heskey.
Yeah, but they're
To
kind
me,
of in the
Jamal
same like
Nicholson
this.
would remind me of a Emil Heskey.
No, what I'm talking about is just how big and powerful and imposing they are. What
Oh,
I
he
say,
is imposing. He is
yeah,
imposing.
yeah, like Kemar Roof is a little different. He's more, finesse and finding the spaces, getting the shot off and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And so for that reason, I think he's a good player to go forward. But because he has had so many injuries, leading up to this point, I would keep him for the Nations League, play Antonio now, then and then rest Antonio for the beginning stages of the Nation League, like the first two games. That's what I would do. That's just my opinion. I don't know what you think.
um, I don't know how much fit he is. I don't know how much fit he is, and he hasn't featured for Rangers for the calendar year, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
So, is he match sharp? Is he, is his
Yeah, that's
finishing
but you
touch?
and I are saying the same thing because I am saying I wouldn't pick him for the Gold Cup. I'd wait
Would
until
you
the
pick him for
season.
Austria?
I wouldn't pick him for Austria or for the Gold Cup. I'd pick him for the Nations League in September because by that time we'd have gotten, you know, you'd have gotten, pre-season and probably a couple of games in the Scottish League. So I would look at him and bring him for the Nations League because for the Nations League, like the first two games, I wouldn't necessarily bring Mikel Antonio
So
because
you
because
feel Mikel Antonio want to score some goal and
no. Here's my thing. I am preserving
brilliant.
Mikel Antonio. Let me tell you my thinking. I see we have a caller calling in. Hello? Hold on, let me see this. Oh geez, people you're not going to believe this. The great Sir P this for real? No sir. Hold on, what's going on?
A Sir P for the Justice League.
Hold on people, we have to take this one. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, are you
Is
hearing?
the manager?
Ketterak, you hearing?
Yeah, I'm hearing.
All right, so people, we have a very special guest. Welcome to the show. How you doing, man? I'm surprised.
Yeah, man, I wondering if this is the manager's show.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
you have to turn
people.
up. You have to turn up the call volume a little bit though.
uh, um, Sir P, they say you have to. We know you use the voice thing, but they say you have to turn it up a little bit because they're not hearing you so clearly.
Turn it
All
up a
right, all
notch.
right. Yeah, man, let's turn up my volume loud, bro. Loud. Volume loud.
All right. We hearing you know. What say you on this rainy day?
I really fall.
The rain can only fall. You can't do anytime you see the rain, I do something else, something wrong. Only thing the rain can do a fall.
Yeah, man, I wonder if it's a fall in your ear.
No, it is raining in my area. Me don't know about the fall part because
Okay.
the only thing the rain can do a fall. So me normally say
That's why
it's
we say,
rain. It's raining.
that's why we say it's a fall. No, it's a fall. All right.
Yeah, but we're there here. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
man. Here that's about Kemaru.
yeah,
And it is true, very good striker, but he has got too many injury concerns,
yeah,
and that might be a factor in determining his position in that final 23.
yeah,
He has too much injury concern. I think he's just come off injury though. So in terms of fitness, how far advanced he is where fitness is concerned. So if he's in the 23, I don't trust the coach. But separate and apart from that, I wouldn't have a problem if he's not in the 23.
Yeah, because what I am saying is that because if Mikel Antonio plays for the duration of the Gold Cup, which would be July 16th, right?
Yeah.
Then he gets break. He goes right back into the Premier League season on a short because you'd have preseason, the season, so he wouldn't really get any break. So I would not call him up for like the window in September, and then I'd probably look at because I want to rest Mikel Antonio, because I believe that if he is in good physical condition and continue on this form, he can start out the World Cup campaign. So how do I manage his game and manage his time so that I can play other forwards? I don't want to say for lesser teams, but for like the Nations League early stages, and then bring in Antonio. I don't want to say for bigger games because it's not like for small and bigger games. But you understand, like give him a little break and then bring in somebody else. Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's basically managing his play time, amount of minutes he gives you.
Yeah.
But will it work? Will it work? That's the next question. You understand? But big up Cataract and the viewers and subscribers. My apologies.
Yeah, man.
Oh, big up yourself. Big up yourself.
Yeah.
Listen, this thing about marriage. Whenever I've heard Mikel Antonio speak,
Cataract, the man ask him everything good.
I know so wrong with it.
It's a breakup, man.
Okay, all right then. Yeah, man.
So here's the thing, Mannings.
Yeah.
Whenever I've heard Mikel Antonio speak, he seems to
Want to play
be
every time.
loving this international football thing. He's always talking about, something about Jamaica and the international. I don't think wild horses could stop Mikel Antonio from coming for a Nations League. And I don't like to see us just bring players for the big game and then maybe him end up scoring and then people have something to say while he could have come and score a hat trick against a lesser opposition. So I don't think wild horses will keep Mikel Antonio from coming to Jamaica.
Okay. But what do you say now, Coach Means? The other thing we're discussing is like a player like Trevante Stewart. If he should, like, because he has a final, how should that be managed? Does he play in the final of the JPL and find a way to get to Austria, or he misses the final if in the squad and go to Austria? That's first question.
Sunday is the final, right?
Yes. And from all indication, the team is supposed to, the team, which is the local contingent of Jamaicans, supposed to be leaving on Sunday.
What time Sunday?
It would not be after the game. It would have to be before the game.
Well, I think they should have given the opportunity to play the game and catch up after the team. This is as simple as that. You work all season to reach the final. Yeah, man. But I would give him the opportunity to play that final. Being that they're going to leave it, they'll be leaving so close, and make him catch a flight. That might be a logistical issue, though, but just say it off the top of my head. Would I make that up?
Okay.
But it's a big matchup, Speed versus Papa and Trevante versus Anderson. So you don't want to take away from that. You understand?
From the spectacle of the league as well, because that would be good for the league itself.
Exactly. And we don't want nobody going to match with no pieces missing enough. We want everybody there on board.
So do you have a dog in the fight? How you think it is going to go?
Say differently still. Cavalier, our nice side. Mount Pleasant, our nice side. Especially you have to make all that one.
Hey, we're gonna tell the people that people, Coach Minty never pick no side yet, He must be the right.
No, you can't never pick a side, man. A Portmore United or Arnett Light. And if you have a pick a side, a Portmore would have picked.
Okay,
You
okay,
see what I'm saying? Yeah. But
okay.
the final, we like the two side them. We not like to the final. We like them. But all the footballer play right now, me would have to more on the edge based on how they are playing.
Okay,
You
okay.
understand? More have a good attacking setup. Um, I think speed of the youth them and the youth them full of guys too. But at the end of the day, if who wants on the day might get you know.
Yeah,
You know football already who step up on the day.
yeah, yeah.
So
For the
come on,
people,
that's it.
yeah. So hold on, coach me. For the people, we have to understand, right? It is going to be very difficult. You have to bring players because Eats and Pinnock, some of the Premier League guys, I really would think like some of the Premier League guys, meaning the Premier EPL guys, would not probably play in probably the first game, in my opinion. Because
Yeah.
they probably have to rest. Because if they don't get the rest before the Austrian thing, they're gonna finish the Gold Cup and go straight into preseason. So I think like you have to bring, and that is why I think it has been rumored that it is 30 something, 32 players going to Austria,
Yeah.
but not all of them going to the Gold Cup. So it is possible that you,
Right.
you could see like a Trevante going to Austria, but he may not end up going to the Gold Cup because
Mm.
Antonio may not play, Pinnock may not play, Bobby Reed may not play, Leon Bailey, I don't know. They may not play given or based on the amount of workload they put. Even some of the championship guys like Amari Bell. I don't think Amari Bell can play that first game. Man have a long season. Amari Bell play almost every single game.
Every single game and almost
Yeah,
every
yeah.
single minute. Not only every single game, he's a player that is not substituted for Luton. For most of the games, he's never substituted. For the majority of the game, he plays the 90 minutes. And included the final, he played the full 120.
Yeah. So coach, where's the match Sunday?
Yeah, man, we have to roll out a match Sunday, man. You know, go.
Uh, you know that
You know, go.
me have plans to go, but like Demo said, the people them prophesy that me now go there Jamaica.
Oh.
so so so
So, man, everything starts out here.
n-
Are you going to be the manager?
yeah, something, but no, I don't know about that. So again, coach means you hear me talk already. I don't have nothing yet. So if I have given the opportunity, man, you know already that I'll let you know, and I'd love to help the coach in this, but there's nothing yet. So I'm waiting to hear if they present me with
Okay.
something like the management. This is what, and I said this now long ago when this thing first came up. Let me say it again. Listen, you see, if I can't do what I'm being asked, I am not going to take it because I would rather somebody else do it and be successful than I try it and be a failure. That's how me operate.
Yeah. But man, it's not interview upon your own show still enough. But you know the people always ask for the whole qualification thing. If you're qualified for a position as such.
Yeah.
So if people make you go on,
But me
if you
answer that
already
already.
say,
Yeah, me answer
oh,
that.
you answer it.
Yeah, me answer it in the early part. But the first thing I'll say is that what
Yeah,
part
me
of the
never hear.
qualification that they want? Is it what they want? Degrees, educational, is it educational,
So,
experiential? What part of the qualification? And secondly, to do what? So if a person says, all right, you are, because remember, I know, including me, nobody knows. Well, let me say, no, I don't know what specific things I'm going to ask to do, except
Yeah,
that I
yeah.
know how to help the coach. So what, if for example, if I'm being asked to keep a schedule, how many degrees I need to do that?
No, you need masters to do that, man.
To ensure that everybody, so to ensure to ensure that everybody is on time, I need to have a PhD.
Yeah, man, you have to have a
Okay.
PhD in scheduling, man.
All right. Yeah, yeah. So that is what I'm saying. You understand me?
Yeah. So it's not really a big deal in terms of qualification. Based off the duty that you will
Exactly.
have
So
to do.
first we have to say, yeah. And if it is experience, then
Mhm.
then if people want to know, and like I said, some of those things before, you understand me? What is the experience? What I've done? What I've you know someone you know where what I lead now. I've led
Yeah.
large organization, but to be honest, and I've said it to the people, and let me say it again. I do not have the time presently, given my other commitments, to do a full time job unless I give up my present full time responsibility. And I'm not doing that right now. However, if I
Right.
need to help in something, I am more than willing as long as it advances football. But I cannot
Yeah.
commit. So if there's a full-time position, somebody need to apply because management don't have the time presently in his life to do that. But I'm not shrinking from helping with the football. So there's a next camp coming up in August for the 2010s. I'm going to be there. We're planning something to have them travel and play games. I want to help with those things because it's helping the kids in the diaspora to play football. So I can
Yeah.
dedicate time to doing, stuff like that. But I cannot give up what I do now. I have too much. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you have always been helping the football money. So if the opportunity comes, I would say run with it. I would say run with it. You understand? So people we have always been asking for a change, and if this is an opportunity for someone of integrity to go in and affect the thing, why not? You understand? You see,
Yeah.
man, anybody from the JFF ask me to help, me would have considered it, and it depends on what them ask me to do,
Exactly, sir.
You
Yeah.
see me, I said? It depends on what them ask me to do. You see, if me can't do it based off my time and resource as well as know-how, I'm not going to do it. But if they can't do it, I may have all of them time, man. I help them, man. Because we want to see the football be better. So definitely we don't see nothing wrong with that. It's money, man.
Yeah, but
No, no,
let me,
me not see comments to the so look like
yeah,
you
man.
can't see a comment.
No, man. People agree. Let me say it this way. All right. One of the things outside of the stuff that we do now, because there's a lot of things. This is what I'm saying. There's a lot of things um, that we still are doing because these platforms have really provided from the ideas and the thoughts and the feedback and the giving has provided a lot. People forget that
Yeah.
on these platforms, a lot of support was raised to go and support the team in games. Tickets purchased.
Yeah.
So a lot of times people don't realize that we have done so much without any
Reach.
position, without having a
Yeah.
position. So why do people believe that all of a sudden we are going to be corrupted? And I'll say it this way. Cataract, would you consider yourself a Gallus?
Just like a novice, man.
I'm not a manis. I'm
Yeah.
not a manis.
Just
All right.
like a novice.
All right.
Novice.
All right. So,
Look here, you with your one burner, just go easy now.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I love
yeah,
it, just like. Yeah,
yeah.
I love it.
just come in the bleachers one match there, you will see.
Well, I
All
know,
right.
well, I
All
know.
right.
Man, the man I talk about one bird, I know. Food still a cook.
You see, I one burner, but I'm more than one pot up on the fire. All
Alright.
right. So when we talk to leader, where is leader? Because we can't talk to Cataract about anything. A leader we have to call because I tell him God and Cataract nil. Cataract down 10.
Really?
Eh.
Oh.
but but what I'm saying though is that for people to believe that, let me tell the people of integrity don't get corrupted. So here's the thing. If I go into a room full of females, it don't make me a female. My environment, I'm not a product of my environment. So don't believe that if Coach Minzy or management goes into a environment of corruption, that they're going to start being corrupt. Life is not like that. You can go to Rome and not be like the Romans.
If me see where it's going to affect me, then where the money is
You
going.
walk away. Exactly.
Yeah, man.
So not because a man going on a pig pen make him a pig. It don't make you a pig.
But if I'm a pig and him put on tuxedo, I'm still
He
pig.
must still pig.
But man, that is not to say that you have to be careful, because if you do go in the pig pen, you might end up in mud.
There you go.
So you do have to be careful.
There you go. So you have to be careful. But listen, here's what I'm saying though, Cataract. You can be in any environment and act a particular way. In other words, if I have integrity here,
Oh,
like why wouldn't the integrity transfer wherever I go? Remember what I am saying? I'm saying it in the context of this. That from the beginning of these platforms, over the last 2 to 3 years, the amount of changes that have been wrought by these platforms, on the field changes, right? On the field changes, administrative changes. People forget that it is on this platform that there was a lot of advocating about the removal of certain persons from their position. It is on these platforms that players got like a Devon Porter and the Ian Campbell. All of the Devon Porter has contributed a lot to the JFF to make them look good. Has he lost his integrity with all the players? Ian Campbell has done that. Listen, Simon Preston has presented a lot of information. What is the deal about players? Has he lost his integrity? Cataract has done that. Coach Minzy has done that. By the interviews and the discussions, Neo has sent bylaws for the JFF to look at and go through. Found out everything about B2 Sport, formula. Has it affected your integrity? No. But when these things are done, they help to bring change. So people should not speak like what is happening is not what we have always been doing. And a title don't change that. A position doesn't change that. And what we can say is that, okay, let's see what is the deal. If there's a deal, let's see it. Let's see the expectation. And if the man goes there and we don't win the Gold Cup and he's a part of it, then we can cuss him out and say, well, boy, him never do a good job. But before you even get the job, all of these things coming up that because of this, and nobody don't know. Nobody don't know that you have it. And those who have the proof, not showing it because people say them have it, So all I'm saying is that just show it to the people. Just say, people, here it is. So the new argument now is let us see on Sunday. And what the argument, I'm going to tell you what the argument is. So on Sunday, if tomorrow, if today, if Friday, if Saturday, they say, management, listen, here's what we want you to do. Are you willing to do it? And I say, yes, I'm willing to do it. They're going to say, you see what they tell you? You see what they tell you? We have the proofs. So in other words, they have put themselves in a position that the only way I can prove them wrong is that if I'm asked to do something, I don't do it, no matter what. Because anything that I do, they are going to say, you see, me did tell you, and we did have the proof. You understand what I mean?
but my man, is we don't need to rehash this now, because
Yeah, but true coach
as is something, or fresh God have a stove that don't have no burner.
Yo.
That a puzzle me all be a listen up. Fresh God, tell them about the stove when on a burner, fresh God. That what I do about. But in absolute footballing terms, I think this is a very exciting time. But we haven't heard anything else about the CAC team. Any update, Mannings?
Yo, well, Cataract. Hey, listen, Coach Minzy, we need to investigate what going with the CSC team.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm not tooling.
We need to check out what going with the reggae girls. We need to check 2 things. We need to check out CAC and the reggae girl scene at you. We need to know what's going on. Yeah.
Irregular Cena team kind of cyclic sometimes. So, I don't know why they're afraid of me there, no. I don't know, but them kind of incognito with them.
Yeah.
Well, I still can't dig up information.
I believe it's because most of the girls are overseas, and there are very few domestic.
But most of our ballers are overseas, Cataract.
No man, but we do have a contingent of players who more than the girls.
Really? I don't know. Yeah, I think that make a difference. We don't know. We don't know if that make a difference. But I understand what you're saying. Maybe because we're more familiar with the girl side of thing, you know? Yeah. But, yeah, man. Yeah, man. Bless. Yeah. Hey, bro, you have a thing where I'm supposed to get from y'all and know, you know.
What up? Oh, Virgin. You have to say you have to make unseen link to so I'm going to get the link.
Oh, and it can't go lose, brother.
I ain't go missing.
Yeah. I just see. We can't find that seed, bro. We can't find that seed. You understand? I didn't go lose. All right, bless up, Coach Ridzi, and thanks for the support as usual. You know?
Yeah, man, big up.
Man. Big up. Yeah.
Yeah, man, respect Coach Ridzi. Respect.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah, man. You prove your honesty and transparent with this recent U15 fiasco. You aired out the issue on your program, the JFF faults and struggles. Yeah, because, listen, I have a duty to my platform and to the people who have followed me to speak the truth. And any position I get in football at any point, people must know, like, listen, I will keep on doing what I'm doing because I never speak to a problem unless I believe there's a viable way of solving it. And that is my approach. I don't bring up problems because I want to highlight people's failures. I want to bring up problems so that I can provide alternatives so that we can do things better. Because nothing is wrong with you calling out issues. Nobody could have a problem with that. I don't have a problem. But when you do that, what are the solutions? And I choose to work or give greater energy to solutions than problems. Because one thing I know is that problem will always arise. Man was born for trouble. That the good Bible tells us, you know. It's like trouble in a man's life is like spitting in the ear. The scripture tells us, you know. If you're spitting in the ear, it have to come back down. We were born for trouble. You'll always have trouble. The issue is, are you creating solutions to the problems and the issues of life? We have the one soldier, the general. You understand me? What's going on?
Yeah, man, me there. Bless up yourself, Cataract. Bless up yourself, management. Yeah, man.
Man of respect.
All you have to do, man, just continue your good work and you will progress and whatsoever. But as I said, things may be leaking out of the JFF where you don't even know before you even get it. That's how it goes. But anything at all, if a person say and they hear and say this said and you never know one whatsoever, you just go ahead and do things. You don't have to just say you're proving nobody wrong or whatsoever. You go and do a good job, try make a change. And when you try make a change and so on, because maybe you go and you're successful and you continue that role because maybe this role, maybe they as when it's 3 months, maybe you go you're up there for 30 years for the job you're doing. So with your work and your strength and everybody, as long as all we have to do is support you. Give the support and give support.
Hey, soldier, you know, say your fault though. All of this I use cause it, you know.
Why? Because
Because
me ask keep telling them to be a job. Yeah, but you do have you need to have a job.
you
You need to have a job with a state. You need to have a job there. Of course, you need to have a job because they were cataract. The work where this man a do on the ground and where him a put out. You can't do one side and that. No, you're supposed to get a job where you are make a money off of this thing. You're supposed to get paid because you are do a great the job where you do. No, me say only captain me say they go towards things or you go towards it because you move like how captain move. Because if you did not know the link how captain used to go and get these players, forget them passport so fast. You didn't do it. You do it.
hey,
Because I know you didn't
but
step
soldier,
forward.
watch this. You know that all right, like people don't realize that indirectly in a soldier, like cataract, cataract, for example, right? We can talk to Anthony Grant, like the Anthony Grant situation when Anthony Grant came into the national team and played those games, how important the role of cataract was. All right.
Yeah, man, Keteraka do a good job, man.
Yeah. So was he wrong for doing that? No, because here's the thing. We do this not because of the person who leads the JFF. We're not doing it because of the board of directors. We are doing it because we love the football. That
And
is
you
what.
want to see Jamaican football get better.
Yes.
That's the
So
whole
here's the
issue.
thing.
You love Jamaican football.
So let me say it
So
this
you
way.
guys just
What cataract is doing, say, and I said it earlier, if they were to come and say, cataract, listen, I realize that you have a lot of information and you have been doing a lot of work. We want you to help us. Remember, cataract has offered to help them before. What would be wrong, like Coach Minzy said, if he said, okay, I have the time. What you're asking me to do, I can do it. Let me do it. In the same way of Soldier, if they say to you, Soldier, you're in the Manchester area, we have 16 players over there. All right, we're going to give you a JFF pass or ID so you can officially talk to people to get them to want to play for Jamaica. What is wrong with that? That is what I'm
but
saying. That is what the football needs. That the people who can help get involved in it. But we don't want to belabor this, because we did, you know.
yeah, but what I'm saying, but Captain did done that. Captain did give me a JFF pass back then. To do that, that's why Miss Wendell Downs where
So
they
it
come
was
and say
was
so
it was
the
that was it a conflict of interest, like, oh, you the soldier and him the soldier and I know about and
right.
I know each other from the JFF, from the JDF,
Yeah,
and then him
yeah.
give you, was it a conflict of interest?
Of course, because I want to see betterment of Jamaican football. And me never do if you not, me never do if you don't. So in come and that have access for certain thing. When they don't, when they come back and say to me, say, Soji, now make them meet the president because where you do, where we need him to know you for where you do in I pass and then thing there. And I will talk to him and me say, well, do I have to do? So when time we get busy, me say, yo, I'm all it free time being Mr. Downs. Well, because I'm kind of busy at the moment, because I travel all over. So he say, all right. When you get back and have time, you come and solve it out. You don't know that Mr. Downs well and Bob became making talk of Bobby Charlton that they were arranging a Manchester United Jamaica match together. And because when him have this thing Alzheimer's, that's why this thing never got through. Downswell and Sir Bobby did a deal with it together. Me make sure make Downswell talk to him in person. Because me make Captain know him to carry him to back. To Captain, they me make Mr. Downswell and him in a correspondent. Just that's why he go down, because everybody then just come out either in Jamaica come to Manchester or Manchester United would come on the tour. There was organizing all that.
Hey, you know what is funny? So I have a friend, right? My friend from Trinidad, and during the break, there was not going to be any game, And we spoke. We got to the people in Trinidad. We connect them with Mr. Speed and arranged the game. Like, so the point I'm making is that the things that we are doing is that we going to continue to do them. And people need to relax, and people have a right to criticize. But when you do that, just have facts to support your thing, and don't question a person without proof of it. You can't. You understand? That's all I'm saying. Give things chance to progress, because for things to change, people will have to get involved.
If Paul Bogle and Shamshak and them and they never decide to more fight for certain freedom and then thing there. Will then still I go through, you can't say, oh, wait till person leave. No, don't take it, don't do this. No, man, you have to go in there and try and make it change from now and see what's happening. Cataract, I mean, Cataract, I talk behind him and front him say, Cataract, I do a good job. Mrs. saying love Jamaican football too. So it need person like Unofi, a help you can do. And I know, and a man, I know your job, and I know I'll see the result, and I will talk it, and I will ever talk it. I know I will see the result, and I know you're going to see,
you know what I
the
want?
job you done.
You know what I want? Like with or without me, I want Coach Hal Grimson to, with his team, to get all the support necessary to win the Gold Cup. Because you see if that happens, a lot of this will stop. I think success will stop this. So here's my one job. You see, all the players who need the requisite documentation and stuff, every day I'm going to work to make sure that that is done. Anything I can say, anything I can provide to make sure that this is the smoothest camp that we ever had and there are no issues. Because I believe if we do well at the Gold Cup, a lot of this talking will stop, because success has a way of doing that. But Soldier, Drew Rassa says, what is he saying? He's saying that you weren't saying those things last night. Basically, I must say that beat me. What them say that beat me last night, man?
Who say on them beat? No, they never say they on them beat.
Them say you that beat me last night.
Say me did I beat you?
Yeah.
No, man, me didn't beat you. Me say what I said to Ryan, we want maybe man do not hear about the what happened. So you might hear before man, because when Danny fit travel, you tell Danny same old travel. That's what me said. Me say you might hear before you. So that's the reason why you are say. So you have to look closer, because Danny is me say Danny was the man. Him tell Danny same old travel too, because Danny never knows send it all travel to Mexico. And until when Ryan tell him more travel. So me tell him say the same thing. Maybe me say listen, my management might don't know, so don't crucify him. So he said no, and Ryan said, well, I hear Ryan saying here, you know. So it's not like so me not beating or not like that. So whosoever talks me not beating, that's all me say. Me say Ryan,
Hey,
Ryan he might hear.
Hey, Miss Soldier, me have the JPL final for 2020, finalist for 2023. Loser was joined the program, you know. So me go hear how he's going to how he's going to manage defeat after Sunday's game. So we're going to hear from him, and then you can call back. You understand me? You can call back, Soldier.
Yeah. So man. So whoever said no, man, me never beat you, man. What I said, man, I said you might not hear what happened before, but Ryan might get him sources before you hear it. That's what I said.
Okay.
And nothing wrong with that, because Danny is Ryan tell Danny same in pass, and Ryan can tell you so me say. You know, so whoever puts him in a beat you, no, me not beat you, no, man. Not to beat you. Me tell them say, if you just allow you make him do it, them I say no. Me say he might can go change the system, and you know, so me say he make him just go, make him go. And see if he say no right, man will walk away if things not work right.
Yeah, man. All right. Yeah.
All right. Bless up.
Yeah, man. Bless up. All right, Pete Cataract. We have the one and only, the man who is going to take on the dapper. He ain't no flopper. Rudolph
Shouldn't the individual who is on screen now be busy in a tactical session?
No. Not, and that's where this thing go.
But
And that's where this thing go, cataract. We have 4 training days. You never release the tactics till the last 2 training days. So what you do, you do fact find in the first 2 days. You and your coaching staff, everybody look, and then them start formulate what likely for happen and what likely not to happen. And then the last 2 training days, you
But that's
come.
not a hard job. What's likely to happen is that Trevante Stewart go and bust to the net. So
Twice.
it's not no mystery. It's not no
Twice.
mystery.
Yeah,
Twice.
but you know better. Somebody have to give him the ball. So let's see who will give him the ball. So that we need to work on, see how much ball him get. So the less him get, the less chance him get to bust the net. That's can't you. But don't remember, he hasn't scored the most goal in Premier League. So what do you think will happen on the other hand?
For the facts, what is the golden boot race to down between Colin and Javante? What's the
1918. 1 and 19, 1 and 18.
so the golden boot is also up for grab on the day?
Yeah, because Trevante is going to score 2. And I think Cullinan is going to score 1. So it's going to be 20-20. But Mount Pleasant is going to win. And the B license coach going to beat the A license coach. And the country team going to beat the town team. And the experienced team going to beat the young team.
I know the A license yet. I still agree.
But my only question, and then manager can ask anything. Mr. Speed.
Yeah.
Somebody showed me a clip, and we have been asking, where it was said that you said that the fans of Cavalier is a Nannyville team.
That's where
Cataract.
That's where Nannyville, Mountain View. Cavalier youth team used to play as Mountain View. Most of the Cavalier players used to come from Nannyville initially when we were playing at Stadium East. When we were just based at Stadium East, training there, everything. A lot of the play, it was, and those were where the fans came from. Vineyard Town, Mountain View, Nannyville. Yes, that's top Mountain View especially. That's where the fans used to come from.
And let me ask you, without being specific, is it true that Cavalier is the least supported team in terms of fan base? And how are you going to bring out those fans?
I don't know if it's the least supported teams. All I know, we are everybody's second team. Even all the Mount Pleasant people, we are them second team. We after Mount Pleasant, we them love the best after that. With most teams. So yes, we struggle with supporters. I mean, but if you look on all of the social media, we are lead everybody on social media in terms of we are the ones that people talk the most and watch our things most on social media. We have the most followers, so we're not big sport.
Yeah. The man is asking, Mr. Speed, how come Uno couldn't get a B team scrimmage with Guyana?
Well, the man, they call us and they call Arnett. The man, you want to hear nothing more? Arnett played Thursday. You want to hear nothing more of the man?
Oh, they played against Arnett.
Yeah, that was a suicide. The man.
Oh, Arnett played against Guyana on Thursday and then the game on Sunday.
Yep.
Bad idea that.
Exactly. So the man, I hope you understand that. There's a little thing called periodization. That wouldn't mean anybody with sense periodization for that week. At the end of the season, everybody tired, and then you are play extra games. That never make no sense in my mind.
And they played Portmore on Sunday, or Brian is saying that they played Portmore on Sunday as well. Brian is saying that Guyana played Portmore on Sunday as well.
Yeah, but Portmore done. Portmore not playing no more.
Well,
They
big
can
up
play
Kyle.
Portmore a million times.
Kyle know the thing. Kyle says, I hope Mount Pleasant wins for goal and Jamaica's sake. I think it will be good for football. Sorry, speech. Sir, if you are the same coach, start scout out those high school girl sprinter who are exceptionally good at football. Richard Bake, disagree. Yes, they played at the Horace Center. Okay, so they played.
So let me deal with Kyle now. So Kyle Wallace, big up yourself. It's just that the statement that made no sense. It would be better for Jamaica football if a team won that invest in the youths, and other team will emulate. Now, I give my side of the story.
Your side of the story.
Kyle, fine. Kyle is saying because Mount Pleasant employ 100 persons, spend so much millions every month. I mean, their budget is about 10 times Cavalier budget each month. He's saying that they should win, and because them go around and buy all of the best players from all of the teams, them, and then buy the best coaching staff, and then buy us the best vlogger they on the inside.
Yo.
So, Mr. Speed, are you saying? Hold on. This is history. This is history.
Hey, Cataract, hold on there. Cataract, me say one thing. Don't involve me in a thing. I'm already there in the whole of fire. Don't involve me. Go ahead, Cataract.
No, do we need to clip this? Is Mr. Speed saying Tapper is the best coaching staff?
I said,
did you just hear that admission?
The best coaching staff. I never say one person. When you add up all of them have, they add up. I mean, them add up. You know, best vlogger who represent them, they on them side. Best vlogger in Jamaica, they on them side too. So I don't see how how much people you're going to find of that type of financial might. So it's better for you to want a team.
One of the only coaches on this YouTube platform who have a coaching license in Jamaica, you know. Support Cavaliers, you know. None other than the mighty on CTV. So you understand me? I don't know. I don't know.
So Cataract, you see, because I'm aware of what you say, I'm going to correct me. I'm going to make a further observation. The highest paid coaching staff in the country, right? That can't be disputed. And them have a sporting director. I hear recently them had a head of football. Them have everybody, and them start shop already for next season. So to me, it would be good for us to win, so other clubs can say, you know what?
You win already, brother. No. You win already. You know win the Premier League a season ago or 2 seasons ago.
So hold on, you tell me that you said to Manchester City is enough to win again?
The COVID league. The COVID league.
Me not see that not the footnote. Cataract, you're lucky.
Mr. Speed, you sound like you're running scared, man. You sound like you're running scared and putting together the post press conference.
Man, put up the stats that somebody was post and make Cataract see.
Which stat? About this one?
Yeah. That you for sure, Cataract, but I'm scared. Come on, Cataract.
Cavaliers 8 wins, Mount Pleasant Academy 2.5 draws. What's that?
No, 2 and 5 draw. Come on, Cataract. You can't read, Cataract.
I don't say a hand.
Yes, come on, man. Yes, come on.
But in a real life though, there was also a question being asked, Mr. Speed, that if Colin Anderson or Travante Stewart were called up for the Austria squad, how would that be handled?
I don't know. I know Colin. Nobody told me that Colin was going. So I don't know about Travante. You have to ask.
No, but we're asking if when the squad is named, the players are those two players or one of are in the squad, how would it be handled? Would the JFF seek to have them fly out a day later after the finals, or
Oh, I don't know. I don't even know if they're in the squad. I don't know. JFF wouldn't be paying for that though. JFF don't have no money to send him on a private flight. Maybe the vlogger who we are in front of me can tell you if that club will pay for that flight. Because he probably cannot send, fly out a jet,
Sure. I don't give my answer. I know that if Trevor Stewart is in the squad and he's going to play the final, and I know that the manager himself personally will be on that flight with him to Austria if he's supposed to be there. But one thing I know, he ain't missing the final. That me tell you.
Okay, like, you're a man answer you there.
But I don't know about Colin Anderson, but I can tell you about. But
Well, he's not. He's Colin Anderson. We are not notified that he's in the squad, so we're not looking for it.
So
okay.
you're saying the releases for the players would have gone out already? For
I
the
think so,
Austrian
yes.
squad?
I think so.
Okay. But it has been a very good season still, for you and Cavaliers. I just want people to know that, people, Mr. Cavaliers, this is where now, because after this, you see, after this weekend, if him no win something, he will be 0-4. He was doing an interview after the game. The man says, "Thank you, Mr. Speed." He said, one more thing. Cavaliers is the only team to make it to 4 finals. The women knockout, the women league. The men knockout, the men league. So far, Cavalier has lost the 2 knockout finals that they have played. The women knockout, the men knockout final. This week, they play the women league, the men league. First, let me clap them, because that is a big accomplishment. But let me tell you this: if you go 4 final and don't win one, problem dead. The coach needs to get fired. What do you think, Cataract? Are the director of football? What do you think, Cataract?
You mean this season would end like Arsenal?
Man. Arsenal getting a conversation, sir.
Good one, Cataract.
Eh?
So,
That's
in the
step on
last,
somebody's card? Did I step on somebody's card?
look, so in the
What do you mean
last
that?
20
Arsenal.
years, I
Yeah.
wanted to say something. In the last 20 years, and just remember that in a lot of this time, there was 3 rounds of football playing, so teams were playing 33 games. And there was a time when they had top 6 and bottom 6, a team were playing 37 games plus the playoffs. Only 2 players have scored more goals than Colin Anderson in the last 20 years, and that was Devon Hodges in a 2008-2009. He scored 25 for Rivoli, and Craig Foster in a 2014-15 scored 20 for FC Reno. So Colin has scored more goals in the last 20 years, or equal, with like Ryan Nelson, Fabian Taylor, Irvino English, Kirk Ramsey, Jeremy Duffy Anderson, Romaro Parks, Jeremy Anderson, Brian Brown, Jeremy Johnson, Craig Foster, Colorado Murray, Okosa Chung, Tafari by Grave. So just to give you an idea of the quality of the 2 strikers, them only 2 players in the last 20 years have scored more than Colin. Well, Fabian Taylor and Ryan Nelson scored 19 too. But those are longer seasons, longer seasons. So things looking up.
Yeah. All right. And there should, like I said, there should be a good turnout, because I know Senton will definitely support Mount Pleasant, and I think a lot of neutrals are going to come out. I think a lot of people want to see Mount Pleasant lift the title. I know the Arnett Gardens fans are probably going to come out and support Mount Pleasant. But is there, because
The fans are going to do what?
come support Mount Pleasant, because they have a game, Remember, it's 2 games playing,
The third place game.
Yeah.
Right. And
And that
this
is important, because it helps to qualify for the the CONCACAF club championship says very important.
Yes, that you get that the very important that two teams come and fight for that position. Two team is automatic to go in the CONCACAF Caribbean Championship. The third team, depending on what happens in 80, it could be automatic, but even if it is not automatic, they're going to have playoffs to come into this championship. So it is very important that both Arnett Gardner and Aberview come and fight for that title.
Yeah. Danny Dredd said Mr. Speed want to win. Danny Dredd is a Mount Pleasant fan. He said Mr. Speed want to win by stats, but the game is going to be played. What's your stats you want to win by bad?
So you say, Danny Dredd, you are saying a football stats no mean nothing.
Yeah. But the regular girls are also going to be in camp this weekend too.
Yeah, busy time. We're supposed to have the under 14 girls in a camp too. The under 15 continuing in preparation. So yeah, lots of football to play in the summer.
So the camp can the facility can hold both the U team and the senior team at the same time.
No, they can't. I mean, remember I was on this program and talking about the need for four of that similar type places, and some people was just rushing in and talk about why we don't have two. Now you see why we don't have two. If we prepare teams properly, we're always going to have at least 4 or 5 teams in training at all time. So we have to go sit down and try and find some additional spaces to have these camps. So the JFF definitely need about 3 more technical centers for us to be comfortable, and we have to work towards it.
Okay, all right. And I heard this morning that they were supposed to play Puerto Rico, but those games are off. And what are the alternative plans? Are they just going to be camping and then after the World Cup and they send off? How the fans can be involved? Is there any plans for the fans to give the girls a send off? Second
I
consecutive.
think they're planning something. I think the government is involved with it. I don't have the details, but something is being planned for the send off. Yes.
Okay. What is the cost for the JPL game, the final? What is?
I think it's $1,000 for George Headley, 1-2 for the North stands, and then VIP I think is $5,000. So if you want, people want to come like you management and Qatar can afford it, just buy 2 VIP ticket and go upstairs and sit.
Yeah, well, the prophet them said that some people have prophesied that I'm not going to be here.
And then the Kapari party stand is $500. So we have prices for everyone. So people can just come out and enjoy.
Hey, but you have to go on better, because the people them who then and the Campari stand there, so them when goal score, they run out on the field and then just run over in the other stand.
Yeah, it's a security issue, which it's a security issue. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure Kataraki used to do it because he looked like he was a man who used to enjoy himself. There was a
true Kataraki. What say he used to run?
No man, I know for that part. I talk about some. I remember the first time I see that was that there was a cinema in a halfway tree where they met the bus park. What a cinema they named Cataract?
In a halfway
Odeon.
You remember that's Odeon?
Odeon.
So I buy my ticket and upstairs and feel them good. All the man them I never know say people so athletic. Them just run and just jump on a chair and just jump straight up there, up at the top of a VIP. I can't believe. As the first member exposed that. So no, I see people just run and I jump over some 10-foot fence like I'm nothing at all. I mean, those people could do high jump, I tell you. Nothing at all. No care what size them is, they just leap over the fence. It is.
Yeah, but they have to do better though, because a few weeks before that your team locker room was broken into. Now we see this kind of incident happening. Is it that they don't anticipate so many persons turning up at the game? Or the security guard, Teddy Lee, head of the security. Teddy Lee, what kind of job the security man do at Sabina Park, Teddy Lee?
I wonder if it's a conflict of interest if they give Teddy Lee the contract to deal with security at JPL matches.
No man, what missing is let me tell you when they rush the gate. Arnett go score early and everybody remember Arnett empty. There was nobody left in the Arnett game. You could just walk through on it garden and do anything you want to. Sunday, everybody move out on it garden. And the game was different. So what means that once Arnett scored, everybody was so anxious to come in. Another time, it break down because everything break down. They got to rush and surge. But it's not because security was there. I counted like about 30 police and there was security too. But some of the time we had barriers which is movable. When you have movable barriers, as much man rush them, are gonna move. So I really think that is why. Somebody has a cataract is a countryman and don't know Odian. I never know the character. Cataract come from Kingston.
You don't know Odeon Theatre Cataract, it was on Odeon Avenue, right at the bus park.
Yes, but remember that I grew up in England, sir.
Oh,
But we do know Odeon, and they used to have what they call is balcony or
It was an
box
open
seat.
because it was open. The top
open
of
here.
yeah, open air theatre. Yeah.
Part of it was open and then the box, the VIP part had a cover.
Cover,
So
yeah.
especially when little Jesus start, the man them just say rain and everybody's turn sprinter and jump up. They just run and jump upstairs.
But do you think that Jamaica has lost its social appeal, Kingston, with like Cinema 1 and Cinema 2 and Harbourview driving them closing down?
I think that was a bad thing to close on Harbourview driving, especially. New Kingston was not so fussy, but it was always a good feeling to go to the driving. And when it was a hurricane who mashed it up and then it never come back. So.
Yeah. All right. Do we know when we're hearing about those the squad for the Austrian trip, Mr. Speed?
Let me tell you something. I'm just gonna say it here. Me personally, deliberately tell the coaches they must send a squad them because me don't want to see it, me don't want to hear about it. So I don't know if it is out there now. I just usually see the squad when it is published in the public domain. One thing I know that they are making plans for whosoever is going for both the Austrian tour and the Gold Cup tour. Them have them squad and they will make plans with. Ask me, I just don't know what it is.
And we were asking what is any news on the CAC squad? We haven't heard anything about it. The appointment of a coach. We are less than 20 days away.
Of course, there's coach appointed. Well, again, I expect the JFF to make an announcement of the squad and the coach and who's going and all of that. I mean, I try not to get involved with all of that, but there's coaches are appointed for both. One thing I can tell you, a lot of the star ballers them we expected to get them pull out, so they now come the professional ballers them because the club refused to release them. So the squad is basically gonna be mostly local and just a few overseas basically. Very few.
So does that mean that the names that
I'm asking, is that for the CAC games?
Yeah, if I CSC games them pull out, them clubs so they now release them. It's not a FIFA date. I mean, me always warn people about that, but we believe in a Jamaica.
It's a FIFA window, Mr. Speed.
No, man, part-time is a FIFA winner.
Part of it.
Yes. Yeah, then them now release them, so you have a go. Part of it is a FIFA.
So what I want to ask is that, so like when you submitted the squad with the names and the players, the club not going to release them, can you replace the players?
We have
Do they allow you to replace the
replace some of
players?
them. We replace some of them say yes and them want to come, but the club not release them. So we having issues. We can replace some. But, I think we try to replace them, but my understanding is that all of them was replaced. So we don't go with that squad list now. We don't want to care. There was a problem. The girl, I don't think them have such a problem. It's really the boys have the bigger problems.
Right, because the girl going to this. Go ahead, Kitaran.
No, I'm gonna ask. So we would not be in a position, Mr. Speed, to do like what England did with the under-20 World Cup, which is that the Manchester United players were, and I think another club had held back their players to play in the FA Cup final, and then send them on to the knockout stage.
Well, we have to find out if that can happen when the window open. But the window don't open until the 12th, and then they shut at the 20th. So I mean, our thing is gonna go on until the 8th of July. So it's really just after June would be the issue. When June we can get them outside of the FIFA window, and the FIFA window is 12 to 20. Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah. The other thing I want to know, because this is saying that the games for Sunday are 3 and 7. Why they put it so far in between? 4 hours, 3 o'clock for the third and fourth, and 7 o'clock for the finals. Why so far apart?
Mr. Speed is, that's one of the clubs calling Mr. Speed. Leg of the ball of them. Leg of the ball of them.
Yeah, so so we have issues with that. We don't want, yeah. So
Let me just ask
everyone,
this. Let me just get to this and then we'll get back to this thing. Because I just saw the updated schedule and time for the game, right? The Arnett Garden versus Harborview game is scheduled for 3 p.m. at Sabina Park. The final is at 4 hours.
yeah, what that means that there's a big entertainment package, and they are saying that it can't fit in a half time. So what they want to do, I put the entertainment package between the games. So that is why that I hear there's a big entertainment package. I mean, the $1,000 you couldn't get so much entertainment for $1,000. So that's another reason to come out.
So these are the clubs calling Mr. Speed to say we'll bad them up.
The squad, them are called
Disappointing times, man, if we don't see our young professional players turning out for the CAC.
One of they want to use Archie Brown. Archie Brown is in Jamaica, you know.
One to Archie Brown.
Archie Brown he's in Jamaica.
Yeah, well, you can come perform for free. You can't pay him.
No, Archie Brown is a player.
Oh.
Archie Broad is a Cataract. Cataract, you never know Archie Broad is a player though. So you laugh. Half of the man you never know.
I don't know who named Archie Brown. I thought you were
artist named Archie Brown.
Yeah, I thought you were still an artist. So that's why I said
Archie Brown is a footballer, man, that can represent Jamaica.
But we sent you the names already, didn't we?
Nobody remembers the age that you have to born 21 or before, 2001 or before.
But we sent you the provisional squad already. But Mr. Speed, I want to ask you about a particular player who, each time these things come up, seem to have had a difficulty being released by his club. That is Charlton Athletic CDM, Caden Rodney, who we know has a Jamaican passport. Is he on the radar of the JFF? What seems to be the problem with his?
We have a list. We have a list of 250 players. I don't know. I can't tell everybody who's on the list, but I'm sure he's on it.
No, man, I'm asking. Each time a window comes up, we don't seem to be able to have him released from. I know the Trinidad was the window he was on loan, playing with in the Conference League. But what seems to be the difficulty with clubs?
There's a Conference League.
No, he was on loan. He was sent on loan by Charlton Athletic to the Conference League. You know that just like Kanaya, Boyce Clark, etc. When they want those players to go on a 1 month loan, I think he went on a 1 month loan to play senior football. Most of them get sent to the Conference League team that is near to their club. So I think it was Dagenham and Redbridge or somewhere that he had gone to for a 1 month loan when the Trinidad window was open. But I was wondering, it seems to me that there's going to be this club versus country tug of war. What is the strategy of the JFF, and what is the nature of the sort of reasons for refusing to let go of players that is being given to us?
Well, they don't have any reason. Because look at Chelsea tell England no, and like it's us alone. That's why we have to be careful as a country to believe that we are different from the rest of the world. It's a funny thing I always see with people think Jamaicans are different. The once you play for your club, the club is own you, and they only release you on FIFA windows unless they can see a benefit for themselves. So that is what is happening. So they're not very. So there's no tug and war, The club just say no. So look at even Rochester that just get transferred to a club in the US. We had him just to give you one person. Why I call him name is because he was my player before. I'm not calling anybody name. him wanted to come. The club just said no. That's it. Done. Gone.
Okay. Yeah, but so Archie Brown is the Derby County player who 21-year-old Jamaican. He's actually in Jamaica now in Montego Bay now.
So when
Who
these players come to Jamaica, I'll tell them to just
Yeah,
check in.
he's trying to get all his stuff. So
No,
um
just check in with the manager. When they come, look here. Everybody have a responsibility now. You as a player, you know, so you have some repute. When you come to Jamaica, check in with somebody at the JFF say, you know, so I'm here. So the person they want to meet you or
okay,
talk
all
to
right,
you,
we
then
can
just check
we
in.
all follow up with the player them. So we line
Yeah,
up that
send a
today.
WhatsApp anything and say, you know, somebody at Jamaica. Yeah, just check in.
Because we said we have somebody trying to get him to get you go to RG the other couple of team. But yeah, so some of the players, all right then. That sound um Soldier. Daniel Green is in this. There's a 60 months provisional. That is what he's in it. He's in it, you know. So I don't know what you're asking. Remember we dealt with the whole 60-man stuff, and Daniel Green is in it. He's in the 60. There are, I think, 50 or 60 players who are named, and his name is in it. So I don't know what else. That is all the information we have. Reader, we don't have the squad yet and thing. So yeah.
So I wanted to pick Mr. Speed's brain, and you can decline if you so choose Mr. Speed. Um, the 60-man roster came out, and I think the most glaring omission was the non-inclusion of Andre Gray, striker, in the 60-man squad.
Well, I mean, look here. We get a coach um, the authority to pick who he wants to pick because at the end of the day, if we start to pick squad, then now we're going to hold the coach accountable.
No, man, I'm not asking if you pick the squad, and I won't
No,
involve,
right.
out of respect into what we have heard, I won't involve in that, right? But I'm just saying, the if you're aware of a technical reason why a starting striker would not make a 60-man roster for Jamaica, where we have players who can't make their first team,
Yeah, it's actually 50 and not 60.
50
Yeah.
man,
I
50.
mean, I really don't know the
But
reason.
but what I said, okay, Cataract. Sorry,
Yeah,
let me say this. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Speed. Sorry.
no, I finished. I said I really don't know why he's out.
Yeah. What I'll say is this, right? See somebody has put a next name saying that the most glaring omission is Javan East.
The man put that.
Right. And then there are people who I know Cataract don't want to bring up this name, but there are many people outside of Cataract that believe that at least in the 50, Anthony Grant name should have been there. There are other people who think like doing Busy Atkinson name should have been there. The point I'm making is that not everybody name, and I do understand that. No matter who get called, somebody else is going to ask about the next person.
But Marins, we saw it in when the recent England squad was named, and Gareth Southgate went on, I think Radio 5 BBC, and he explained the omission of Raheem Sterling from his squad. He spoke to the inclusion of Lewis Dunk. So there's a rapport that happens between the federation, the coaching staff when a squad is named, um, that answers some of these questions. But I'm not taking up a laundry list of players, and I didn't mention the name Grant. I was asking and seeking to get if there's a sense of why a striker who played, I think, right up until the last game of the season, he played for his club, versus, for example, a Junior Fleming who is out of his parent club. and hadn't featured recently for the league dot club. And I think those questions are reasonable questions.
I agree. It's a reasonable question. Because that I do have that side. No, but I agree. It's reasonable. I mean, but the coach could be one of the things we have to look at is that based on the respective ages of the player, and based on that, we're trying to go to the 2026 World Cup, which is another. We'll probably start next year to qualify, and I will go for another 2 years. The coach have to be building a squad, building. So maybe he decides to go for one or two younger players in a grooming process. I mean, he probably wants to keep the job for 10 years. So then you have a Mikel Antonio, and you have a Corey Burke, you have a, you know, these players who are at a particular age, and then probably looking to say, something we need to have a variety of players now. So it could come down to him just picking one of although both of them are good, he's just picking the best one out of a certain bracket. And I think that might be the case.
Okay, that's reasonable. But that's well CMF. I refer to England at all times because that is the jurisdiction that I am familiar with. I don't speak French. I no parlez-vous français, but I hablo español. And I know that in general, when squads are named, journalists do ask questions, even leading up to the squad being named. There's always a frenzy around who is going to be in the squad, who is going to be out of the squad, and those questions are asked. So, and I think
No, and I agree with you, Cataract. I mean, those questions should be
no, man,
asked.
it was a comment, and I'm saying Mr. Speed gave a reasonable response. I know he's not the person who is in charge of it. That's to say, you have two 31-year-old strikers, and you make a choice of which one of the two you're taking. That's a reasonable explanation.
I think that's what
Yeah. And Brian says, Mr. Speed, the player did that. He checked in with Manningsman. According to the word, Manningsman is the new manager. For who? For
Brian,
Mullines?
Brian, good one, Brian, good
For
one.
who? Mullines?
No, man, the man said checking with Manning's man, because you're the manager. So
For
he's
what?
checking with JFF. So the man said checking with JFF. Good one, Brian.
He check in with me. Come here, the new manager.
Yeah, that the man said.
Well, I
Good
know.
one, Brian.
What? What? No, Brian. You need to come and tell us where you get them. When you say a word on the ground, you need to pick it up and send it to me.
The man just send it. You want him send it twice?
But
But
I
I
think
love
another question, Mr. Speed, that has been asked is why the release of a squad always seems to go up to the last minute.
All right.
And
So our history is not as spotless like some other countries. To be honest, we call people. We all send ticket for players and then they're at the airport and then come at the airport and turn back and say they now bother come. I mean, our thing is so smooth. And I like you see Argentina, you pick the squad out 3 months before. And no man now say no. Remember, one of the time when the club tell Messi and say them now release them to play for Argentina. The man them just Messi just take him jet and go pick up all their friend them and go and Argentina go and play. Them business with club. So we really don't have them star quality players there still that are one. If them do that to them club, they might not get no game again. So and a lot of them come under tremendous pressure from them club not to come for some games too. I mean even one of our star striker club was saying he might come but only playing for 45 minutes and he have to carry one physio and he have to do this. So you see, Jamaica is not at the place where, it's like we have total control of our destiny. They are all of the players then. And some of those things kind of play into we have to get a full confirmation, etc. I mean, some countries you couldn't even talk to the player them about not go play for them country. They don't even listen to you. They just walk away left you. Because them know say if them walk away today they can get a club tomorrow if you fire them. And them not give up them rights. Unlike some of our players that fear catch them ears and I want them to coach or fire them and call them back and sort of thing. So It's a difference in a different situation and different country and different status of players. That's what play a big part.
Um, uh, all right. Mr. Speed said the player checked in with the JFF when they visit the island, and Archie is here, and he checked. No, that is not what Mr. Speed said. Brian, you're twisting the cut. Miss Peter Waller. Mr. Speed said the players should check in with the JF. You see, no, sir. You see, Brian, man, I twist up the thing. Mr. Speed, the people them out there, so me have contract with the JFF, you know, sir.
Well, they're not on a contract yet.
Okay. No contract. Well, people don't hear it. You know, hear, sir. You
They're
hear
on a
that?
contract yet.
Yeah. All right, Peter, you hear that? Peter is here. Ardian, we have a call online, Ardian. So as soon as we finish, I'll call you back, Ardian. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, greetings to everybody, Mr. Speed,
Yeah, Mr.
Cataract,
Speed says I
and
don't have
Manu.
a contract yet, you know.
Yeah. Mr. Speed, I want to ask you a question. I know you're not the competition's chairman or whatever for the PFLJ, but Munnins and Cataract, chime in. I see they play a two-leg semis. And I asked this question yesterday, why, not that I mind, but why they play a two-leg semis and then a one-leg final? Don't you think in keeping things consistent, you don't think it would be better to have a two-leg final in conjunction with how you have the two-leg semis? And also, this would have given the JP the JPL more another opportunity to make some more money and keep Chris Williams focused on the JPL instead of national program.
I agree with the second part wholeheartedly by your statement. Yeah, you must focus on the JPL. But I don't know if there's anywhere in the world that they play a two legs final. I've seen all over they play two leg semis and quarters, but I've never seen anybody play a two leg. And then if you go with best practice and you look at the Champions League, that's what they do is just one game for the final, the drama. You know, that's what people want. They don't want the drama over two legs. Because suppose, for instance, a team go blow to a team 3-love in the first leg. What you do after that? There's no way you're coming back. So they just want the drama on the day. Two teams got it and finish. But they make a good point, but I don't think it happened anywhere, and I don't think we like it to be the first to do it.
So there's a Champions League, there's a Conference League, the Europa League, the Champions League, the Championship playoff. You play a two-legged semi-final, and the 170 million pound richest game in the world is played on the day.
Yeah,
So I agree with Mr. Speed. It takes away from the drama and the expectation and the excitement of going to extra time and going to penalties. So I don't see it. I'm of a different view. I believe that the league should be a league, and the team with the most points at the end of the league win the league. And that's different from a cup competition, but this is the way that the JFF and the model that they have adopted. So we have adopted it. But I don't think there's anything wrong with a single legged final. I think there are many examples in the world. I think the Apertura and the Clausura in Argentina are settled the same way.
Yeah, it's fashionable. It's what is fashionable at this point in time.
All right, Pete.
All right, sir. That is good for me. Thank you, man. Appreciate
Yeah, man,
it.
respect and thanks all the support,
You're
Peter.
welcome.
Blessings every time.
Yeah, man. No problem.
Yeah,
Cool.
man, respect. All right, Ardian, your time now, you know. Yeah, and if you snooze, you lose, you know, Ardian.
That is
by
what the man who said he's the girl
By
in back.
the time you're quint in Ardian, sold your damage with our call, so make sure you call right away. I'll call you quick and fast. Fire Ardian I go burn today, you know, so you come out of the way, you know. Some tough questions I'm come ask you now, you know. Yeah.
Yes.
Ardian, yo, me gone out.
Yes, sir.
Me gone out of the kitchen, you know. Me I leave Mr. Speed and Cataract to you, know, sir. Cause my fire extinguisher, it run out that thing there, you know. Because we know a fire here come chant, you know. Your time, good afternoon.
No,
sir.
man. No. Man, man, as I respect, man. Highly blessed. I want to watch your rest. To God be the glory, you know. Yeah, man. Yeah, so, may I say, I heard Mr. Speed look while I said, boy, are the coach, you know, they give the coach freedom to pick them team all and stuff there. More ask Mr. Speed a question, yeah? More ask Mr. Speed. In the farm that Flemings is in, would he pick him when even if he's in Jamaica now, would he pick him for his club?
for Cavaliers.
Yeah, I want to know that. Straight up.
Well, I could have get him when him young, you know, and I didn't. I joke.
Okay.
I don't know if I could have get
So,
him young. But I did like him when him young. But he never come across.
okay.
But the
So
plan
I
is still
asked
have
that
the
to reach you. So
Hold on, Arden. He was saying something else.
No,
Why is
I don't follow his career right now, so I haven't seen him playing. But I know that the coaches, they are following his career because he's in the list of 250 persons, so they are following his career, and I trust them to make the best prices.
so the coach followed his Fleming career. So if the coach was following Fleming's career, all the hell he picked Fleming in Flemings couldn't make a 200 man. Hold on. Flemings could not make for this season, Mr. Speed. Flemings could not even make a 200 man squad. Have you seen? Are you saying I follow him and stuff? Man is supposed to get some clip from out of France and then think about the player. He's the worst player for this whole season, over the whole world. So more want to know how come this man make the 60 man pool?
Well, at 50.
I mean, you have Norman Campbell, you have some youngster. I mean, and the thing about this, they picked Flemings over Gray. Why? May I tell you the truth?
But Arden, let me ask, because Demo makes a point. Demo, the last time Fleming played for Jamaica, was he the captain of the team?
No.
Yeah, man, in a friendly game, he didn't captain the team.
He's not a friendly. Suriname was his last game.
Didn't he captain the team in a game on one of those tours? Was it in Austria? Didn't he captain the team? And people were surprised that he was given the captain.
Or someone come off of the field and give him the captain's band.
No, the last game he has played was against Suriname out here. That's the last game I know of. I don't know.
Man, I'm all right. The last game,
No, he did not captain the team.
Okay, all right.
And he actually scored. What you could say him scored in the last 2 games.
Or Catalonia, he never captained the team. In Catalonia, it wasn't Junior Fleming that was the captain. I am sure that he was the captain at some point.
But that Adrian Mariappa.
In Catalonia?
I'm asking, did Adrian Mariappa play in Catalonia?
No, it was Latibodier and
Somebody said yes, in Catalonia he was the captain. Somebody just said.
Okay, so the point I'm making, Arden, so what I'm saying is some persons are saying that when he plays for Jamaica, he plays well, even when his league is he's not doing well in the league. So I agree with you, that I am saying that there are other options. I think my bigger challenge is when I see the 23, but I think like the 60 man or the 50 man thing, I can understand you saying that maybe a Norman Campbell deserve a chance. I'm not going to argue with that. But if you go by those who have played for Jamaica and how they have looked, maybe when you look at his last 4 games for Jamaica, how would you say that he has played?
Well, he has scored in the two Suriname game. He scored over there and he scored back in Jamaica. I remember that clearly.
All right. Hold on. I get what you're saying, man is man, because you say when you put on Jamaica colors are different something. But listen what me I say, man.
That's what I'm saying in the comment section. I understand your point too. Go ahead.
Yeah, me as a football player. Me as a football player. Playing in a good league in Europe. And me see how Philip Flemings play and make the side over me. I mean, and then they are picking on performance, right? We're picking on performance, so we're not picking. We know that in certain things, some coach have a set of player. Even in England, the same thing happen for the national team. You have a set of player who you rely on and stuff like that. But there come a point when you have to reward people for what they're worth, man.
Yeah. No, man,
And right
I am
now,
saying I'm agreeing with you, I agree with you that there could have been other options. But all I'm saying is that given his last 3 games for Jamaica, is he that bad that if he's selected in a 50, we
all
can
right,
we can honestly
man,
say he's undeserving of being in a 50.
all right.
We can now say, well, if it comes down to a 26 and he makes it, then different argument. But in the 50, if if Norman Campbell was there and not him, I don't think anybody would argue. But if he is in there, is it really as bad? That's all I'm asking,
You
and I'm not trying to
know,
discount your point.
no, man. No, man. Let me
Yeah.
tell you something where people never know. Junior Flemings was one of my free. You see, when I play all in the USL in America, yeah? May I tell you, Junior Flemings was one of my player.
Okay.
You understand? May I tell you the truth? Honestly. Seeing? I mean, to me, at this moment, them kind of speed, skill, and confidence that Junior Flemings used to play with in the USL, me not see them thing no more. Me not know if it's confidence, what, the environment. I don't know, but it's far, very far. But what I'm saying is this, I have no problem with them picking him, But what I'm saying is this: if the coach is picking based on performance, I mean, I don't think that would be a good. Nobody could argue then for Junior Flemings to be in the squad if you are picking people and perform based on performance.
Yeah.
You understand? So this is what I'm saying. And another thing before I go, I want to ask Mr. Speed. Mr. Speed, you don't have to answer straight. You can answer like a politician, You don't have to answer straight. All right.
Yeah, this one of the easy one. Tell you what, you
Ah,
act like a politician. Jesus. Go ahead,
yeah,
Adrian.
me understand politician code, Yes, boss. So what me I say? Um, when Mr. Albinson went to England other day, I mean, we only see like 2 players from England coming, which Damari Gray, his thing was in process long time. So could you give us an idea? You don't have to give us name. You could just give us a number, sir. Like, I mean, you don't have to tell us who he spoke with or stuff like that. You could just tell us if there is 7 or 5 players that are documents that are in there, they are looking about their papers or stuff like that. I'm gonna hang up now, sir. I just want to listen, okay?
Cool.
All right.
Yeah, man. Blessing, man.
Cool.
Respect.
Well, I mean, the coach isn't even the one who is supposed to be talking to play about represent the country because it actually put him in a bad spot, almost like in promising the player that the player is going to play. So it's something that we're working towards. Coaches don't really have to call players like that because, I mean, is not probably best practice. So um, what we're going to be, what the ongoing program that we have is to identify the player and then approach them to see if them have any interest, but not necessarily coach will have to go to these players. So yeah, they probably coach early times and have to do some of those, but in a long run that's gonna be phased out. So almost every single player that we have in our 250 list, we are going to be trying to work with them to see if that they can get the passport and become eligible for Jamaica. And then the coach will be able to pick from all of those without any issues. So that's really all I have to say.
Yeah.
That
Go
was
ahead,
more.
Ketara.
That was more of a. It's a speed drive faster than you drive a Dover away from that question.
Yeah, we're working on it. I want to tell us, we even have some database now. So when we're picking players, let me tell you, some database that is available now. you put in the player age, where where him get him playing education from, put in stuff like what he has done so far over his career. And then you have software that spit out where you're going to be in 2 years. Did you know you have those software that work on the
Yeah,
computer?
it's artificial intelligence, but it's still a guesstimate.
Yeah, of course.
They have injuries, etc. So there's no problem with that.
Right.
Um,
So some of those things them using now to kind of decide. So if them have a two player and I'm not sure who, them use artificial intelligence to decide which one. I mean, it's interesting.
but the question, this is not to Mr. Speed, but to the person in the chat. The Suriname game was a game played last year.
No, we didn't
Suriname
play.
game.
We played Suriname this year in
In Suriname,
the
in the
didn't we
reverse.
No
in the
man,
reverse?
last year they
Last
took
year,
last year, man.
Oh yeah,
Last year.
last year when
Coach Paul
yeah, yeah.
Hall was still the coach.
Yes, yes.
So if you're referring to a performance a year ago,
Yeah.
I would have some queries because
It is within the year, not a year ago, because it was it in October,
within,
November, because the same time with the whole flight thing. It's around it,
within. You're
No,
correct.
no,
yeah,
no, 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 no. It's before summer because I was in
Before
England
summer
summer.
in May, when
It
we
was,
went to Suriname.
yeah, it was before summer. I am sure that is. This program name. I am sure. I am sure it was before summer.
Right.
Okay. Oh, so it's close to a year.
Right. So I don't want people to feel like we're bashing a player, but these questions we ask because if we said the coach who really came on fully in January, I think.
No, no, no. This coach never come on in January. The coach was
Fully.
working for us part time until January came full time.
I said fully, Sir Speed. I said
Okay, okay, okay. Sorry.
fully. But I leave those guys. They're not really relevant for Mr. Speed. That would be unfair. But I would wonder how he would see a player that hasn't been even on the bench since for the last 2 months.
Watch the games, Cataract. You can watch the games.
No man, but how are you gonna watch the game if you're not on the bench?
No, what I'm saying is that's what I'm saying, that maybe he watched the national team games and it is on that premise and not the club. You understand me? He could use, I don't know, because the player is still at a club. That's what I'm saying, that like some of those things, it's hard to
We'd have to wait.
know.
We'd have
But
to
there
wait
is,
for the press conference.
yeah, because they are very good questions to be asked. But at the end of the day, um, you know, if for example, say that Norman Campbell was named, I am sure an next person would ask, what about Kenroy Campbell? An next person would say, why not Busy, seeing that Busy was more recently in the squad? So yeah, like Tinger is saying that in the Costa Rican league, Javan East is lethal as a scorer. The man is saying that. So why not Javan East? So there's always going to be this what about this player? What about this player? What about this player? No matter who is selected. So
Correct. And that
it's
is football, and that is why football is a religion because you have so much fanatics in the game that watch it and discuss it and talk about it. And that is why football is the most popular sport in the world. And you have to just kind of just accept everybody's views and move on. So you're right. The last game we played against Suriname was last year.
May.
Was
It's May that you scored.
May, right? 1-2-1. Something like
So I
that.
don't think it's a fair question from Mr. Speed. That's why I wouldn't pose it. But I think in a press conference, but what I would ask Mr. Speed, because the technical committee sets the policy, we've been told. Is it possible for us to have a policy that when a squad is named for a national team, whether it be regular girls on the 17, on the 20 senior men's team, that it can be done to international standards where there is a press conference where the men and women of the media can, one, carry the information, and two, be able to ask the pertinent questions so that things don't have to percolate and a bag of suspicion and then people run with some things, and what we're doing then is damage control. This idea of putting up a squad on Instagram and Facebook where there is no interaction, is that a policy that could be looked at?
Yeah, I mean the coaches, them some do rarely, and then some don't. I expect though that like when the World Cup team is going away, you'll have the squad and there'll be some function for the female team going to the World Cup. For the Gold Cup squad, I think it is important that something like that should happen too. But let's see. We'll look at it. We have a meeting on Thursday, so it's a good idea. I'll just bring it up and see if it can work.
Well, people, come and put your hands on Cataract. He has come up with a good idea that we'll be discussing in a meeting. Can you believe it? Finally. Hey, people, click that.
So the man. So look here now. So the man say, if Algrim sees any good, he would watch a lot of Jamaican previous game where he would have seen Fleming. Truth is to say, when you don't even understand how modern coach thinks. Them not thinking about nothing happening at the back. Them want to know how good you are now. That's how modern coach thinks. Them believe say if you don't play, you're not at your best. Them also believe that if you can't force your way into this team that you are playing for, you're probably not the right man for the job. Them believe say you should show fortitude and find a way to be playing every day, and then they will want to pick you. So, Mr. Man, that's not how modern coach thinks. Trust me, partner. Talent alone is not enough. Even if you have it abundance, it's not enough. Nobody is going to put their job on the line for somebody who is not playing football. Who is just training.
We have a call on.
Yeah.
We have a call
I
online.
just want to debunk the man. Every squad just named by England, Gareth Southgate was on TV. He was also on BBC Radio, and he spoke on three specific things. One, he gave about his disagreement with his employers about the ban on Ivan Toney. Two, he spoke about the non-inclusion of Raheem Sterling. And three, he spoke about the rationale for the inclusion of Lewis Dunk from Brighton in this squad for the two games coming up, and also Easy from Crystal Palace.
All right, we have a call. Yeah, we have a call online. Let's take the caller. Welcome to the show, man like Kevin with the bounty killer voice. Cross.
Yeah, man. Blessing, Manning, Dr. Manning. Sir Speed. Congrats and make it to the JPL final. I only hope you're successful because I like the module here you use, next man up, plug and play. I think that's a Jamaica need to go.
You know, like, right. Hold on. You know, like the Mount Pleasant module.
Buy and play.
No, sir, Mount Pleasant module no prove nothing, you know, man. You just buy best player. That the autopilot, you know. And if it's autopilot run right, then supposed to win. Autopilot. That's some 16 Mr. Speed have a player line team. Plug and play. Set a module and you just plug in some players in.
All right, hold on. Watch out now. Which team in the EPL support?
No, you know, so me is a Man City fan in the EPL, man. Me a follow Man City. Me a follow Man City. Manins, me a follow Man City from Paolo and Chopia play for Man City, you know. Before they get rich, you know. So right now, I'm time for basking and his son because be a beating we used to get.
So you buy and play right now?
Yeah, man.
You can't beat Mount Pleasant then.
No. Man City. No. Even although them buy, them if you notice how them play, they can plug in any man, see him and play.
Exactly. Plug and play.
So then combine the two method.
All right, your time, bossy.
All right. Mannings, you know that I was watching a particular program last night at work. And Mannings, Me a technician, I mean a law enforcement in the Mannings. And last night me create a big conflict of interest. Cause me forget to me all that work, you know. Then go to all charge me little from this.
Oh, what you do now?
No, man, it's me I tell you the truth, man, is me lose all me cool. You know, say
Wow.
if you be we are friends, manins, and people, we poor like you and my friend, we try bring you down. I see something last night and I couldn't even believe, man, is me I tell you the truth. However, watching that same program here, a man said, yeah, protect the coach. That not sound good enough, manins. Why our coach don't need protection?
When you say protect, what do you mean,
Yeah, what
Charles?
I mean?
Protect like what?
Like
What do you
them
mean
people
by
can
protect?
understand what I mean.
Mannings, hold on, Mannings. That just rubbed me wrong way, Mannings, because I was saying that maybe I should have stay away from this JFF thing, you know, in terms of the job, you know. But right now, call and I tell you, if you tell you, Mannings, me I beg you, do. Please take your contract, Mannings, because it when the coach need protection. And you so that that the man say, you do a good job so far. You protect the coach well. You must congratulate you on protecting the coach. That simple mean there's a cleach and everything to bring down the coach in the Mannings. And if them want to draw you in, me I beg you go help protect the coach, because that sound like somebody we want to sabotage even the team going forward, And I don't believe Sir Ryan is for the improvement of this team and for this coach, because if him don't protect the coach, that's him
The management, got done security guard and
down the
protect.
coach with the administration, and that he must say indirectly, Man, is me I watch last night, man, and me I tell you, me traumatized. Not only to see down the road where Ryan go with this gentleman, somebody will say, he might try help with football, cause he might try dash out. He bath water with the baby when it make no sense,
Yeah. That's why we don't really want to give.
So, me,
Yeah,
I want to know what you mean by
you smart enough
that.
to know that we don't need to. Yeah, man. I know you're upset. I want to give you a chance to vent, but we don't want to add fuel to the fire. We can address it and.
No, man,
Yeah,
so I don't want to add no fuel to no fire, man. But I one thing alone, as I say, left me traumatized out of most thing. And not even where your so-called friend, the utterance where the man makes say the coach need protection, So when me really want to know, I want to try hold down. I wish clique is him try bring down a coach.
But you have to ask Mr. Speed, are you the man I talk to? Because I don't.
When say no, when say sorry, I wasn't listening. When
So
say?
I
Yeah.
hear the man last night on a particular program saying, Mr. Barnes, say Mannings have been protecting the coach so far. He has been doing such a good job. And the even for Mannings, but Mannings not to take the job with the JFF to be the team manager to further protect the coach, So why our coach need protection?
No, but you see, in our life, in wanted to work with the JFF too. So all of a sudden, in now work with the JFF and somebody that work with them have an issue. So that's how we are. So not even follow up them man there because I kind of know so them not come from a good place. A lot of people come and say them want them have the Jamaica football attack. They don't. All them want to is just destroy it. And as for this career program where you talk about, it's because I just like him do everything for, him not no conviction.
Well, well,
And don't know what words mean. So it's difficult to have a conversation with him.
Here's the thing. We don't want to create. Let me always say
Like
this.
we left them alone.
Yeah, because let me say this, Kevin. I know how you feel, but here's how I am. Right? Every person have a way that they do things. While I don't agree with how other content providers may do their things, let them do it. You understand me? At the end of the day, just like for you in the field that you're in and in me, the greatest thing is two things. I tell people, you see, a reputation, it's very hard because you don't have to do wrong for people to destroy your reputation. But you see, a character, is who you are on the inside. And you see, as long as I know that my character is intact, because nobody don't control my character, and me control that, because it's who I am on the inside. You see, as long as I know that, and the people who know me, right, then we can leave it alone. So, I just feel like if when you talk about certain things, you just give people more energy to blaze the fire more.
Me
Yeah.
understand where some money.
Yeah, man. But I
However,
respect your opinion on that, you know. I not tell you this stuff, but we don't need for me just all get
yeah,
us.
man,
Yo,
we
right,
are a
right,
football
you know.
fan.
Yeah, right, you know, Jamaica. Me just get some football news, Jamaica. That right, you know. Me feel like when I end the show and go dancing at the rain anyway, me happy.
Reese Nelson getting passport.
Yeah, the man go ask me, you know. Kevin, go and talk where you talk. I said, Cataract, relax, you know.
You say you just get some news, because he's an Arsenal man and he's a
When
Jamaican
the man
fan, so
finish me
that
talk,
was not.
breaking news me talk about that, but I miss it pioneer car, but go ahead and make sure me make all your point. But listen, this is good news for Gold Cup people. Go ahead.
Yeah, all right. One
What I know, we have a break
Mr.
and take the news.
Speed.
Carla, make a break and take the news now, Carla. Make a break and take the news, please. Just make man,
All
let
right,
go.
we can take news. We can take news.
Yeah.
People, so I just want to say that the passports have been printed.
All right, left it there, so. Man, left it right there, so. Leave it right there, so.
But I can't
Right.
hold
Carla,
this about
continue.
passport for the man right there. I could have that there, tell me.
What? Cataract, it just got done 10 minutes ago and in hand.
Carla, man, leave it right there. Right there.
To the lazy car.
Carla, continue.
And the man call you Dre anyway there, you know.
Carla finish him call no Cataract, man.
Yeah, man.
The man right Gray.
Cataract, when the man finish him call. Kevin, why not finish your call there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Speed.
Yeah.
I want to hear a few, you know, because in terms of the coaching school, are you let me start watch JPL over maybe I got 2 seasons now, you know, because you coming on the program and saying the coaching courses you're doing, and we decide to start watch your team to see if any changes are what your coaching method is about and if you're learning anything and if it is being implemented. And we see some changes over the few seasons when we watch back some clipping and that in terms of in philosophy. And what I am saying, you know, I don't want to rub you the wrong way, but however, you see these other coaches that goes on these courses, he's a very intelligent man, and I rate that boy. And you have the know-how to put things into effect that you have learned and mold it and maybe twist your philosophy as you learn more and more and get more educated as you do these courses. But these other coaches that has the requisite qualification to coach and are being picked to coach these other teams, the junior teams, national teams. Maybe we need to check if them intelligent enough to put what they learn on these coaching courses into effect, like how I see are doing, you know. Because it seems like they go on these coaching courses, get the information, and just pack it here and move on with business as usual, you know, Mr. Speed. So maybe a need for do an assessment and move on from some of them, because if they not learn, if a man, you know, in a sense, a man get the qualification behind his name and still do business as usual, you know, that not gonna work, you know. Because I know in the past that you were one of the persons that was saying locals, and nothing wrong with that, you know, but I realize that as you get more educated, you realize that reaction time, systems, and certain other things need to be everything going forward. And it need to be entrenched in the local somewhere earlier yet where maybe you change somewhat facilitate maybe some of the overseas in terms of talent and all of that, you know. But if these men are learning, we can't understand why you would be educated and knowledge is power and still setting your whole wheels, you know, Mr. Speed.
All right.
So,
So it's two
as me
things.
I say, maybe you need to do an assessment. More hear what is your view or what you think.
No,
Because
no.
in my assessment, I don't think they're putting what they're learning into effect. Like
Well,
what I've seen it you're done with your team Cavaliers.
right. So it's
All right,
two.
Nicola, listen up, and because we're gonna take Piney, because we soon close, and Piney has been trying to
Yeah
call to
man, yeah
come in.
man, yeah man,
But
yeah
listen to
man. Can
Mr.
me take
Speed
up with
answer
other
first.
people and talk and
Yeah,
take up with
but
time,
very,
alright.
very, very good point. I like the point you made. But listen, Mount Pleasant I do the same thing when I ramp with my coaching staff. You hear me? I tell you. All right,
Get
Carla.
over here and tell you about this blogger here. The man, I mean, more present of the best blogger in the business. All right.
Yeah,
So
man.
look here now. What happened, is that yes, we realize that we have some shortcomings, or some of our coaches then. But so what we're trying to know is to find the right blend because we still can't ignore the local coaches. We still have to try to bring them on. But the problem we're having is that the choice is a few. We only have a few coaches who have the required standard for coach a national team, which is a B license or up. What we're trying to do. So clearly, it don't necessarily mean that we have the most talented ones now. So what we're trying to do is to get that numbers up, B and A license up, and then we'll see if more talent will emerge. So it's a work in progress, and we have to work through it till we reach where we want to reach. But we can't throw the local coaches them totally. But if you notice what we're doing now, a lot of the local coaches are still being assistant coaches while they learn the ropes from more experienced coaches that come from overseas.
All right, awesome. We have Gunners Boss online. Gunners Boss, welcome to the show. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, man.
Your son so today, man.
And
Your son so sad today.
no man, I don't mean man, I'm just me here so sad, very subdued and humble today, like he is feeling an hell before it gets to him, and that me I want to Mr. Speed. And Mr. Speed now, big up yourself, my general.
All right, Gunners Boss, big up yourself.
I want to big son, I want to talk to me. I know me the blaster last night, a fat Mikey with the big glasses, I know me. So I know me
Hey, Gunners Boss. Gunners Boss. Sometimes I coach, sometimes I walk on the road, and some people cuss me off. I not even know them. I can decide if I sue them, or follow up a madman. Follow up mad people. So I'm good.
Look for some fat people that some big glasses with bad man, two man glass expensive now for them. Me a talk up the things them. Me no want to say nothing. Me no like fat Mikey. You sit down over there like Marva from down a market yesterday. Just sit down with him fat self and try to disappear down the thing and talk. Give me a show, make me try.
Yeah. You have to do a different. Yeah, we don't want that.
Then when you over there chat and talk all kind of things, yesterday disrespect you about nothing. Me I want to know. Me a number one fan. Me can talk. If you don't like it, cut me off. But allow me not to talk about it. Because they say a personal vendetta for you because you have Mr. Steve over here chatting. Or that thing say. So me know people can chat people on social media. When you want to chat somebody, me call management privately. But we talking for social media, something we know and what we hear. So me not chat him away, me over there talk to you, so then me repeat over here. You need to sit on one side.
All right, boss.
Yeah. Me hear them talk. So me now go come over here, but me tell them over there, so them say, management, me a number one fan, management, I'm a friend, me I go defend him anyway in there. And when me on the talk, if me talk something in a private, come over here, come run up your mouth and say, boy, now it's this and fine, I say that. If you want to say it over here, come over here, come say it. You call your phone and say it to you, one away. Fat Mikey, go sit down, your bad mind. You need a new glass. Just talk on your glass. Fag up.
like $5 glass, then you buy over Macy's. Not Macy's, over $1.99 store. Yeah, we are cutting.
Hey,
You know what they are cut, my friend them.
look here, I don't even know that man. You know, if I see him on the road, I wouldn't even know him. I don't know nothing about him. If I pass him on the road, I wouldn't know who he is. So maybe I'm one of the madman them on the street or Messi pass me and pass me.
Hey, listen, Gunners boss, and Mr. Speed, you know, say, me have to make it 200 do a show, and the 200 can, yeah, no, here's the thing, you know, me not, no, here, all right, no, here's what I say. Here's what I say. No, no, man, here's what I say. Me can give you a show where you and Mr. Speed talk about that. Yeah, but this show is not for that. We're going past that already. Me no want go down the road. Please.
Explain over and over and talk to people like your own people, anything, you know. Listen, man, your own man for a long time. I don't make me rate you. Enough people are bad man, your people are out the road that tell people say, I don't know fool who know listen to for YouTube. Me don't give no better show for listen to. And then can do 1 5-minute section and put it for YouTube to nobody listen to. Don't make no member, you know. I will use a podcast from all long, you know. Don't make nobody do your thing. People no subscribe, I make get 1 million subscribers over here. I'm telling a friend them to subscribe, I make some people about that because I find out to the Jamaican vloggers them. It happens universally, but Jamaican vloggers them now get no money for vlogging and them bad mind them one another. Then suppose money that running. Them can't hear see a man want left a little vlogging and get a little opportunity to go do something to 1 2 weeks. And it no bother them. So we then what kind of co-worker and be a friend and be. Or you call up each other. Or if you stop it and that me I tell you now make we talk the sports and the sports is there. Platform is there for everybody. You know what I mean? See I go on. Me see the brother they were with Kenny and Charles. What name again? Ernie Johnson, right? Ernie Johnson had a Palico kid and the kid died. I never know nothing about it, you know. But you see at the NBA final, that man they on every platform. Everybody who have a YouTube, whether them have great following or not, he's giving them the blessing. That's what the thing say, these kind of platforms should I do. Management go over there so I'll give the coach some strength more time, the coach give him some strength. I want to find out a good person to interview this one, call him and interview him. I want to do nothing and grow the platform. But the man them not try to do nothing, break. The man them try to break from each other. Like if you have 400 viewers and me have 400 viewers, it make a difference. And the same how we watch all of the shows them. All of the same set of people, them fresh that them and who over here, so, and Brain Drain, and Gary, you know, and them, and them same one, Genesis, Louis, Travis, them, and the so, me no want a man, if you bring me to come over here, is not to steer down a brother over there, so, over LSD, or over there, or over there. So, it's to talk the business of sport. And that's so we want the man them to do. But someone only want to hear so one man want to say something nasty about management. And then bring them come sit down like them down a market and say, oh, me don't talk about them now. And that me I tell them. So then say, listen and hear this and hear say, Gunners Bar, you know, so it's go. The two management.
All right, sir. So we're going to make me.
Yeah, make me run.
Yeah,
me done, man. Me done now.
Right.
Me just want to agree with me and disagree. I told me I talk, Mr. Speed.
Mr. Speed. I'm ask you what you are talking.
So what?
All them just say a while ago.
Most of when say true, man. You don't know, you never start to hear about it. I mean, people are so ridiculous that sometimes you think about
yeah. Yeah, man. Bless up yourself, Gunners Boss. All right, that was Gunners Boss. We have a next call to take and thing. Sean, me tell you the thing already, man. That's good news, you know. I soldier, me have to call about the person you soldier, and then me gonna call the soldier. So that's
somebody was asking if the person never get the passport and like World Cup 50. Yes, then they must be like 50.
Yeah.
Come on, they must be not the 50, which means now they're eligible for make the final.
Welcome to the show. Good afternoon. You're live on I Am Sure Sports. You were calling.
Man, yeah, I was asking you. I saw a post and I was asking you about it. So I can't speak to you live on that matter.
Okay. I'm on live.
Yeah, I didn't know you're live.
Yeah, man. All right.
Yeah, I can't talk to you about live about that matter.
Okay, all right. Cool. All right. So, Soldier. And then this is the last one. I will let Mr. Speed and Catara close. I'm call back Soldier. Soldier, it's 3:40. We close at 3 hours and 40 minutes. We close 3:45. You have a minute. Run it. Non-stop. Go.
Yeah, man. So, Mr. Speed, congratulations, Mr. Speed. You do a good job with Cavalier, but I know Montezan to beat you. So, but congratulations. Where you take Mr. Duncan was happy with you where you do with Cavalier, and we have to give you credit for you go so much final. But Montezan, I go with. But if you win, good luck to you. Again, yes, sir, and keep up a good work, Mr. Speed, with the Cavalier team.
Respect, but I just want to remind you about something. Is that from the season start, nobody called Cavalier name. And we just take with time and Jim Screechy and got the final. Since we have Jim Screechy and get the title, yeah? Everybody are real up.
You surprise me if you win still. You know, because me say you're doing a good job with the youth them, and me say me proud of me see you doing because your team very young. And you have no great big star like but you come and you do a good job. But you see through Senton, the team from Senton have never win the league. That's the reason why me really would love Montezan to win.
It's actually the first team from Senton to be in the finals, you know.
But there's another year, you know. Them can do it, you know.
Yeah, one year. 1 year Brazil could do it. 1 year Brazil could do it, but they take a fines from them with Santos that year. So Brazil would win that year. But can't talk about that now. We have to talk about this. But Mr. Speed, you a straight still because you just go to win final. If you win. That's why you surprise me. So Montezan, that big man Montezan, have to be careful because Mr. Speed dangerous at final.
Yeah.
So that me have a thing for you. So when I was talking about which one can tell me where the first drive-in theater was in Jamaica?
The first drive-in theater in Jamaica? No, for New Kingston.
No, man.
Me don't know. Me used to drive. My father used to drive go theater, you know.
The first drive-in theater. I don't want to out across from Pembroke where Cheese Factory was. That was the first drive-in theater in Jamaica.
But me used to ride. Me used to ride my bicycle back in the day. Go watch a karate movie through one of my neighbors them window, you know.
You know. So that was the first drive-in theater in Jamaica.
That would be a riding
theater.
A riding theater.
Management, put up the man. The man said JF is giving position to people without going through the ride process. He said they are doing the same thing Mr. Prime Minister is doing with his wife. That's interesting. I mean, man, you lose it, you know, man. You lose it, you know.
Hey, Mr. Speed, this is the fight you don't want to take. Mr. Speed, from one Mr. Speed to another Mr. Speed. This is the fight you don't want to take on.
He might lose it, you know. He might lose it, you know. Someone, you lose it, you know, man. You know,
a sibling rivalry.
Yeah, so say it was the one at cheese. Where is it? Cheese.
Yeah, my right across Pembroke College. So that was the first one, man.
Right across from Pembroke.
Pembroke College, Marvel, right over here, straight to come from Pembroke College. That was the first drive-in theater in Jamaica.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, on take it easy, Mr. Speed. Good luck Sunday, but Mount Pleasant. I hope you come go Senton.
All right, boss.
And Cataract. Yeah, man. But it don't surprise me if you win, Mr. Speed. I wouldn't surprise if you win. May I tell you the truth?
I wouldn't be surprised.
But this weekend, yeah, Jamaica.
No, me tell not this weekend. May I come down the 20 something. May I come down for the trials. May I come watch the trials, Mr. Man.
Oh, you're a football supporter. You missed the final to come watch the trials. Track and field for watch in a stadium, you know. Track and field for watch on TV. Because if you quint, you miss the race.
No, miss, because I have a son I come run, someone come see him.
Zin.
So Soji, you know, come a Gold Cup.
Eh?
You know, forward a Gold Cup, Soji.
What time World Cup I start?
So what time? The 24th of June. The 24th of June, 8:30 p.m.
If I 24th of June, because how much free ticket them? How much free ticket them per game?
Why the man
you can get some $45 ticket.
The man them got in a $45 ticket section. We can't ever go get to see the game. But
no man, my brother, we can't fly over. We can't fly and stop over there and come to Jamaica like. But me have to reach Jamaica for 6 though. Me have to reach Jamaica for the 6. So me can't come America.
Yeah, man, you can't watch a game at Chicago, man. You can't watch a game at Chicago.
You can watch a game. You can watch a game at St. Louis as well.
Yeah, man, just do the Chicago game, man.
Chicago
alone for that St. Louis.
Yeah.
I mean, alone for that St. Louis.
Because me buy the other day, me had some jersey, you know, buy some jersey the other day, you know, buy one, you know, can remember, you know, I was that boy, me having a 15 son, me having, you know, man.
15 son?
Yeah.
15 children?
15 son.
Mean 15 biological children?
Yeah, 15 boy.
How much girl?
3, 18 in all. and 17 baby mother.
Eh?
I did Jamal.
You're better than the leader.
So
I did Jamal. You're better than leader. And the leader that you have put in, and leader say you're better than him.
So Jay,
leader, listen.
So Jay, we have to put some respect by your name, sir.
Yeah, man.
How much of them play football, Soldier?
Quite a few, most of them play ball, man.
This is Soldier, man. Football team, man.
Man.
Yeah, man. At 24 middle one, man. At 24, my father get, you know.
Time's still there.
My father get 24 away, you know.
Wow. So I run down.
But me look a brother we are 36-year-old in gone 15, so maybe he might come beat my father.
So no. What on it? So you have a brother we have 15? Your younger brother?
15, yeah man. Yeah man, my younger brother have 15, man.
And you have 18. So the between the two and
18,
that are 33?
33, yeah. Between two.
Yeah, Soldiers speng down his ass for some advice. Because he only have 2 women. And he want to know how you remember the 17 name.
No, man. We have to do, you know, because the difference, you know, when you go around, me get kids all over, you know. But sure, we can't talk certain public, but make them know it.
Give me them names, Soldier. Give me some of them. Give me the name.
No, we talk after year, man, because talk after year. Me tell you,
I try support already now.
Only one mother have 2 kids, you know, that's why I'm 17, you know, and more still, you know. We'll get at least 3 more, you know.
Yeah?
Yeah, man, we'll get at least 3 more.
But Soldier, you know, they're in your 60s, I got 70s now.
No, man, you mad, man. Me are just 53 now, man.
Eh?
Don't stop.
All right, watch your Soldier. Watch out now. You have 50. Hold on there, Soldier. Hold on there.
Man, do some maths right now.
Hold on there. My calculator too small. It can't work. Me use my phone and check. You have to go Google this. So yeah, hold on there. Yeah, these people, this is history. You are 53.
Matches.
And you divide that by 18. So every 2 point.
Me have 5 kids born in 1 year, you know. I have 5 sons born in a 1 year.
Hey, Soji, I don't believe you. Me have to go see that first. Me don't believe you.
Too much people listen to something, you know. We can't say certain things because you make human animalist and hear me. I know and talk to me. I know you know. So my
the leader check if any twins are in the 17.
Oh, yeah. Maybe him have like twins and triplets.
We have 17 baby mothers, so over twins with a
I have no twin, man. I have no twin.
But you have a triplet.
One baby mother, one baby mother. Me say I have 2 kids for me. All the others are pure single baby mother. You know. And but I'll get 3 more, you know.
How you
remember, all right. Remember, Mr. Speed, remember you can say so. When me come to, me I come to Jamaica sometime this morning. I remember me check from June, you know, when me tell you say our next one ban. You hear check from June in month, remember check from June when we come to Jamaica, we tell say our next one ban. You hear? Check from the entire.
The way you go, you know, so you can have a football team for yourself. Because all the substitute them you can, you just
full 23 man squad.
Yeah, man.
Full 23 man squad.
Yeah, man. Because no, I get 3 more about next year. 3 of them about next year. Remember me tell you, you know.
So you make one trip to come watch national champs, and by the time you get back, you're gonna have 3 more kids.
What I got bad in Chicago? What I got bad in Chicago? Never say I stop at Chicago. But let me tell you, you know what Uncle Sam run it down for your child support.
I will say this, Soldier. I will say this. If as a father, you have been a father to all your kids, that is good. And you have provided for them, not just by giving them. Just then have to respect you for that.
Last year Christmas, you know, at 12 of them and me come Jamaica last year Christmas, you know. When me walk and because I stand up and me carry my watch and me stand up, you know, because some of them are first time when I come to Jamaica. When the man them look and say them, I say, boy, you know, easy, you know, man. Me walk through and check them and my friend them in a watch, carry them go fisherman beach, me empty different thing, yeah, man. But boy, it wicked when holiday when come holiday time.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that as long as you support them, and based on what you're saying, it look like you take care of all your kids. You understand me?
Take care of them. Love my youth. My father take care. At 24, my father take care of we, you know. Okay. My father take care of we.
Sorry, management and all that. Now for leave, you know.
Yeah, man, big up Mr. Speed, because I know you have to try. You have to try study if you get past top of the dapper.
All right, cool.
All right. Yeah, man. All right.
So
man.
You get good news. You get good news, man.
Yeah.
But the people say half a news you give them, sir.
Yeah, but I gave them the names. I don't do.
They didn't get any name. They asked who got their passport.
I gave them the names.
Well, just
I did.
No, you didn't give the name.
I did give the names.
Eh?
I did not say the names. I typed the names.
Right. Oh, me never see that. Just type it to me then.
All right.
Yeah. People, that has got to be the most anticlimactic news that there's ever been.
What? Listen.
There are 3 players in the squad.
They're right, but they were in the process because remember, there's a couple. Understand how this works, right? There's a couple of parts to the process to get. After you have gone through the citizenship process, you need a passport. When you have gotten the passport, there's also a request that must be made to the English FA, right? After you have done that, there's also a letter that must be sent to FIFA. So there is a process, you know. So today, the major part of the process was completed, which is finally now you can make the other requests because the passports are now ready. They were finished today for the 3 players.
Okay.
So now the other 2 steps, which is to deal with the FA in England and then to FIFA, which means that
So let me ask a question, Manins. Can the FA in England stop the process?
They generally don't, but you cannot approach FIFA for switching allegiance without getting a letter from the FA, from the former FA. So because the players were labeled, remember all of this time, and this has happened with all the players, they were listed as English players.
Okay.
Because they played. So let me ask a question. Is it the same for Ethan Pinnock, who has never played for England?
Yeah, you have to make a request to the FA. Now, for some of them, if they have not played, you don't have to go to, but you still, no matter what you do, you have to go through the FA.
Like when some like them never want Zaha to leave.
So one of the good things I'll say is this: the general manager for the team, I think because he's familiar with the process, he worked ahead for the clearance. So everything is in place, and what they needed now was just bam, send the passport. So all the other processes were ahead of time. So sometimes, like I said, that the intricate details of the process are not clearly, yeah. You understand me? So that is the that is the good news. It doesn't mean that because you can put them in the squad, knowing that the process is going through and stuff. But if it never, and I will say that this may be part of the reason why the squad may not have been announced. You understand, Cataract? Because they're basically probably waiting on this sort of confirmation. So maybe by the end of the week, now we can say, okay, that is done. The players can be. Though we had them in the 60, let's just hold on and wait a little bit. So now things are beginning to make a little bit more sense.
Well, welcome to Jamrock.
Yeah, I got the 60. And that's the reason why they didn't name 50 instead of 60 man.
Yeah. So listen, I am, as long as it gets done, I am happy.
Yeah. That me happy. Send a text to me now, man.
All right.
I mean, no one call name pan scream neither.
Yeah, man. I'll do that. Yeah.
I think everybody know this.
Yeah, man. Continue with work and then thing the year, sir. And but I hope people in here, Mr. Speed, make sure tell them say this you're not appointed yet. You're appointed, but you're not appointed yet. I mean, know you do a good job. Take up the job and go out there and show, make the whole Jamaica see what you can do.
Yeah.
Go out there, no matter what. Just go out there and do what you can do. Do what you do, man. Do your best, like as usual.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
There you go. So, Cataract, Jason is saying that Ethan Pinnock did play one game for the English C team in 2016.
Yeah, the C team. That's the non-league.
Yeah,
that's
so that would mean
non-league players.
Like what I know, because even Ravel went through this, and
well, obviously all players would have to go.
Yeah, and I know that Bobby Reed went through the same thing. Then it's unless, let me tell you what I believe. Unless you're listed as a Jamaican from beginning, because when you're going to say, for example, Manchester United is going to sign you, you have to be English or Jamaican or Trinidadian. You understand me? So So once you are named as that, then you have to get some sort of release to say that you are. I don't know if it says you are no longer an English player. No, but you have to get some sort of release, because once you're going to register for a club, like one I think they ask is your nationality.
Yes.
Yeah. But if as an English player, they will tell you, say you're from Jamaican background and all those sort of things. They're gonna do that and let you know. Say you're coming from that background. Like how Campbell they used to play for Arsenal. Let them make sure you know say have Jamaican background.
No, those guys. No, what I'm saying though is that if you go on transfer market, Cataract, and you put in any player name, there is a nation.
Yeah.
They said Jamaican, and you see the flag.
Yeah, man.
So there you go.
I see the flag,
Yeah. So if you want to change from that, you have to write to the FA of that nation. And if you have represented the nation
You understand what I'm saying, no, man?
at any level, yeah,
You understand what I'm saying?
yeah. And I think that is what happened. You know who that affected? Was it Malouda? Malouda was actually released by the France FA, and he played for which one of the teams?
French Guyana.
French Guyana, but he didn't get no release from FIFA.
Because he played in a Gold Cup, didn't he?
What did he play? Was it the Gold Cup or Nations League?
No, man. Nation League wasn't in his time.
You sure?
Nation League just come about, Nation League has just been created.
Frank Malouda, maybe, or it was a qualifier for the Gold Cup. Did he played in? What did he play in?
Maybe I don't know for certain, but I know there was a brouhaha over it.
Yeah.
A French Guyana.
Yeah, man.
People still are called, man. Is the show hot?
All right, Malouda. Oh, the Gold Cup. Anyways, oh geez, Soldier. Sorry about that. I accidentally did that. Soldier, my apologies because I was trying to.
Good day, sir, man.
Yeah, man. Welcome to the call, Kimo. Welcome to the show.
Just to answer the question, he played in the 2017 edition of the Gold Cup, the one that we went to the final with USA. He played in that edition.
And then what happened to him?
But how was there no sanction?
Something like with the nation, as he played for France as well,
Right.
And then he played for French Guyana. So I don't remember exactly.
I know the France FA had given him the release letter, but what he said that he didn't get any release. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just called the tell the date in which he played in the tournament, the Gold Cup.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna continue watch your program.
Yeah, man. Respect. Hey. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Blessings. All right, that's chemo. All right, Cataract. Yo, me have to run.
Yeah, man, we all have to run. Big up everybody. Big up.
Man, thanks for coming on. How you feeling? You feeling better?
Well, we do one eye surgery them. Still have 2 to go, but
you need to come up for the campaign trail, man, and focus on your health.
Boy, go on TikTok and look for the motorcade. Miles and miles and miles.
I tell him to take care of his health. The man tell him about motorcade. All right, Cataract.
But the people in the States, man, let us get together and come out to Soldier Field. The man them in one section there, but we are going to section 231. Hey, Dre, they don't know about section 115. I've been by 115 in a Dre. But me get to change the ticket them. But the people them come out and let's support the team, man, because we have a good feeling about this. You know what I mean? And things in place. And we look forward to it. Spengdan, me end up have to take a hotel in a somewhere named
just tell him that there is a
Oak Brook. Because the thing about the hotels in Chicago.
Tell him that there's a group of you, so him can link up with you, you can add him to the group, so him can stay in the dialogue with what you're doing.
Yeah, man, everybody stay the Ultras thing. Just link Manning's man, he will add you to the group.
Yeah,
you know
and then you can, because there's a group of people going together and thing. A lot of people in the group so far. But listen, people, I have to run now, but respect to all of you, thanks for all the support. And please, people, the only way we can make things better is if we find a way to work together. There's no animosity, there's no war, there's no conflict. My heart is pure. My hands are clean. My only effort is an effort to make football better in my country. And I'll do that here, in a church, in some other position in football, locally or internationally. That's just Manning's, man. I want you to have a good day, take care of yourself, and whatever you do, find a way to add value to somebody else's life. Big up and thanks to Cataract Mr. Speed, all the persons, all the super chat, all the super stickers, likes and share, appreciate them. All the new subscribers, blessing to you. I am Man's Man. This has been I Am Sure Sports, and as usual, when it gets to this point of our show, we say we are over and we are O-U-T-T-T out of here with a big.
Boom, check it out, I don't know it's Jason. I'm here represent for I Am Sure Sports. For the latest news and updates, check out I Am Sure Sports. Make sure you go to the YouTube channel, subscribe and share. Jason representing I Am Sure. I Am Sure Sports.